Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Got Overpowered Strength and Time Stop Abilities Part 1. Before we start, please go support Zivings for writing that awesome fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, a quirkless loser who had nothing to live for. He took his childhood friend's advice and jumped. When he didn't die, his life changed forever. Prologue. Izuku POV. Take a swan dive off the roof. What Kaisen said hasn't left my head as I'm sitting on the edge of the school roof. I am quirkless after all. My death won't be like I'm preventing people from being saved, right? I think to myself. I guess I'm listening to him after all. I think to myself with a small smirk. I stand up and look down to the ground. No one was around. No one would find me before I died. I'll be gone. I slowly start to cry to myself. I'm sorry, Mom, I love you. I think to myself as I fall forward. I fall down and smile to myself. You're welcome, Kaisen. I'll finally be gone, I think as I continue to fall. I feel big arms wrap around me and open my eyes. Almight? I scream. What the hell were you doing, kid? He screams back. We land a few feet away from where I would have landed. I freeze on my own words. You were going to commit suicide, am I correct? He questions with a stern look. Well, yeah, I was. I respond, disappointed in myself. Why is that? He questions with a worried tone. I'm quirkless, I can't be a hero, so if I die it won't be like I'm depriving anyone from being saved. What's the matter for me? I say, gazing at the floor. Kid, just because you're quirkless doesn't mean you can't be a hero. Almight says, putting his hand on my shoulder. I feel tears start to fall down my face. I can be a hero? I say with my hands holding my face. Yes, of course you can, and I'll help you. I'll get someone special to help you go train until you are the strongest boy even without a quirk. Almight explains with a huge smile. Seriously? You do that for a random kid? I say with a small sniffle. He puts a thumbs up. What about my mom? What will I tell her? I start to panic. You'll bring her and go to America to train. Would you want to do that? He questions while coughing into his arm. A smile starts to form on my face. Yeah, Almight, I'll ask her. Where should we meet next? I say, putting my hand on my chin. Tomorrow morning at the beach nearby. Don't worry, he'll be there at like 6. Almight says, putting a thumbs up. Okay, thank you, Almight. I say, smiling and wiping the tears on my face. No problem, young man. Oh, might I ask what your name is? He says with a hand behind his head and a smile. Izuku Midoriya, I'm 14 and ready to be a hero. I say, smiling and pumping a fist in the air. The next day, with Izuku and Inko packing for America. I can't believe someone wants to bring us to America to train, Mom says while zipping her suitcase shut. I know, it's crazy. My idol's friend wants to train me. I say with a smile while putting my suitcase onto the ground. Well, wait here, I'll go get the guy. I say, running out of the house. I run down to the beach Almight told me to meet him at and see someone there watching the water. Hey you, I yell to the person. He turns to me and smiles. So you're Midoriya, huh? The guy responds. My mom and I are packed up and ready to go. I say, still in disbelief. All right, kid, show me the way. The short man says before we both walk to my house. After a couple-hour plane ride, we arrive in the Big Apple, New York City. The man, whose name is Gran Torino, gets us a ride to this huge mansion slightly outside of the city. Whoa, this is your house? I accidentally yell. Nope, this is Almight's, but I'm borrowing it, he says, walking up to the front door. Wow, Izuku, you really got lucky, huh? Mom says, putting her hand on my shoulder. I smile at the house. Yeah, I did, Mom. I say, smiling. Come on now, we don't have all day to unpack, Gran Torino says, walking inside. Mom and I follow and unpack all our things into bedrooms in the house. All right, kid, these 10 months are gonna be hell, but if you want to be a hero, then 10 months of hell will pay off in the long run, got it? Torino says. Yes, sir, I immediately respond. Now, Mrs. Midoriya, you promise me no matter how emotional you get seeing your son hurt, that you won't intervene and take him home, Torino says to Mom. Yes, sir. She hesitantly responds. All right then, go have fun, he says, tossing Mom a credit card. Mom looks at it before dashing out of the house. All right, kid, let's get a move on. 3 months later. Ghhhhhhhhhhhhh, I scream in terror. I'm currently falling from the second-story stairs and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die, that is before everything around me freezes. I look around and try and move, my limbs move and I look over to Torino and his face is frozen along with the water I spilt on the stairs. What the hell, I think to myself. I try and grab onto the staircase and succeed. I walk down to Torino and wave my hands in front of him. No response. My eyes widen. Did I get a quirk? I think to myself. I start to squeeze my eyes shut. Start again, I think to myself before opening my eyes and seeing Torino surprised. I have a quirk, I scream. How the hell did you do that, kid? You literally teleported in front of me, Torino says, surprised. Well, when I fell, everything froze, including you and that water that fell, but I could move, so I did and walked down in front of you. Then when I thought hard again about making you be able to move, it worked. I say, ecstatic that I got a quirk. So you do have a quirk, Torino says, smiling. Yeah, I scream in pure ecstasy. Good for you, kid, but now we have to train you to use said quirk and get physically stronger. You might have a 4-pack, but your punches are light compared to any real hero, Torino says, smirking. Well, I'm just a student, I think to myself. Yeah, let's do it. Chapter 1, The Entrance Exams. UA Exams. Izuku POV. Should I be a hick and steal everyone's points by stopping time, or should I use my strength and I'll give others the chance? I think to myself as I start walking to catch up to the rest who had already started running into the testing area. I walk around and punch a few of the 2-pointers. They are easy targets, but the 3-pointers I'd have to slightly try with, which is boring. It's not that I don't have motivation to be a hero, but if it's not a challenge, then I'm not as interested. Being in danger is addicting. I guess I'm an adrenaline junkie. As I continue to take out 2-pointers with ease, a huge earthquake happens and I look up to see the 0-pointer that was talked about during the instructions to the test. Now that looks interesting, I think to myself. My quirk allows me to win any fight that I want. I could beat Almight in his prime if I wanted to. That's why I like to use my own strength to prove I can accomplish goals without needing a quirk. No one needs to know I have a quirk, so I won't tell anyone. I'll be the first, quirkless hero, to get in the top 10 if not number 1 spot. Everyone starts running away from the 0-pointer, but I see a brunette girl stuck under rubble. It looks as if she's about to get crushed, so I stop time and walk over to the 0-pointer. I start to jump from limb to limb until I'm all the way to the top. I stretch back my arm and throw a punch. I jump down and punch every one of its joints until I'm back onto the floor. I smirk to myself and turn around. I deactivate my quirk and start to walk back toward the rest of the points. All Might POV. The 0-pointer Nisa let out goes flying back and hits the edge of the city. The girl who was stuck under its foot looks back terrified. Nisa, focus on that boy walking away from where the 0-pointer was, Aizawa says. The camera moves to him, and my eyes widen. Young Midoriya? How did you do that, I think to myself. His name's Izuku Midoriya. He's said to be quirkless, so I'm not sure how he pulled that off, Nisa says. He looks cocky with that smirk on his face, Vlad King says in a disapproving tone. I want him in my class though, Aizawa says before walking away. I guess he got in after all, I think to myself with a smile. Gran Torino clearly taught you well. Izuku POV. I sneeze as I'm walking toward the exit of the city. Maybe someone's thinking about me. Good job, contestants, go home and wait maximum 2 WE. I stop time because President Mike's loud voice is annoying. I walk far enough away so that I wouldn't be able to hear him, and I start time again. I walk to the apartment I grew up in. Gran Torino lives somewhere else, but saying goodbye was easier than expected. I've changed from this eager kid to a kid who couldn't care less about people. Of course I love my mom because she's my mom, but other people don't pique my interest as much as they used to. I still want to be a hero, and I still look up to All Might, but now knowing I could beat anyone in this world is kind of sucky. I make it home and walk in the front door. Mom, I'm home! I yell while throwing my shoes into the corner. She stumbles out of her room and runs over to me. Hi Izuku, how did the exams go? She asks, pulling me into a hug. They were good and I think I passed. I say, smiling. Yeah, that's great, honey, she says with a huge smile. In the past 10 months I've grown from around 5 to almost 5'11", so I'm noticeably taller than my mom now. Anyways, what's for dinner? I ask, taking off my shirt. It's summertime, so it's still kind of hot, that's why I don't usually wear my shirt around the house. Your favorite katsudon, Mom says, smiling. I smile and put a thumbs up. I walk into my room and go onto my phone. I haven't been back to the middle school I was at because I quite frankly don't care to go back. I'm hoping to see Bakugo though. I want to see the look on his face when he sees I made it into U.A without a quirk. He'll be so angry I'll have to hold back tears when I'm laughing. 2 weeks later. Izuku, I hear my mom from behind my door. I put down the 50 pounds weight and go to the door. I open it and see my mom with an envelope in her hands. It's from U.A, she says, throwing her hand out at me. I take the envelope and rip it open. A small projector comes out. Almight shows up. Hello, young Midoriya, this is a letter from U.A High School, Almight says in the projector. We would like to say that you have passed the writing exams with flying colors and did even better in the practical exams. He yells a little too loudly. Welcome to the Hero Academia, he yells before the projection stops. You made it, Izuku, Mom says, pouncing and hugging me. I smile. Yeah, I did, I say with a smile. You'll be a hero, I'm so proud, she says, squeezing my face. Yeah, I know, I'm really happy, I say in a muffled voice. U.A High School, here I come. I think to myself. I still can't believe you got a quirk after all these years, Mom says, interrupting my thoughts. Yeah, it's real cool, and I can beat anyone I want with it. What's it even like when I use it? Like, what do you see? I genuinely question. Oh, for me, you just disappear and reappear in the place you start. Time doesn't stop for me, basically, she says nonchalantly. I nod. Alright, got it, I say before sitting down in bed. Anyways, you should head to bed, you gotta get rested for school tomorrow, she says while walking toward the door. I nod and Mom walks out of the room. So tomorrow's the first day, let's see how this goes. Chapter 2, First Day at U.A. Izuku POV. I am so proud, Mom says, crying while hugging me. Thanks, Mom, but I have to go, I say, smiling. Okay, I'm sorry for holding you back, go ahead, she says, quickly jumping back into the apartment. Bye, honey, she says as I start to walk away. Bye, Mom, I say, waving. I walk to U.A and look at the front of the building. The high school I dreamed to going to is right in front of me, and I'm going in as a student. I think me a year ago would be bawling my eyes out. I chuckle at the thought as I walk into the building and make my way to Class 1A. The door is comically large, and when I open it I see a group of kids. Not only that, but I see the one and only Katsuki Bakugo. I see him look at me and his eyes widen. I walk over and sit in a seat at the other side of the room that he's on. I'm not about to have a reunion with someone who pushed me to suicide before. Why are you sitting next to me? A voice says. I look over and see a brunette girl with a nervous look on her face. She looks scared. She's also the one I saved at the exams. Why can't I? I respond with a small attitude. Never mind, she says, putting her head into her hand and looking up to the front of the classroom. A yellow-haired boy walks over and puts his hand on the girl's shoulder. So beautiful, do you want to go out sometime? He asks with a smile. Sorry, no, the girl says. Oh, come on, why not? The boy asks. I'm not interested in you, she says in a low tone. She sounds like she feels bad, I think, while looking over to her. Fine, the boy says before walking back to his seat. The girl sighs. I hear the door open and a man walks in. He has long black hair and a scarf around his neck. He also looks like he'd rather be at home sleeping than teaching. Hello, children, I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. he says, walking up to the podium. In this school you will not get many breaks, so when you do, enjoy them, he says, completely serious. Now get gym uniforms and meet me outside, he says, walking out of the room. What about orientation? The brunette asks. No time for that, let's go, Aizawa says, continuing to walk. All of us get up and walk to the locker rooms. Along the way I see Bakugo giving me a dirty look. I reciprocate the look, and it seems to have made him surprised. Once I go into the boys' locker room, Bakugo finally speaks up. So Deku, you decided to show up, he says to me. What's it to you, Bakugo? I say, looking back at him. You damn quirkless loser, he says, catching everyone else's attention. Quirkless? A boy around my height with blue hair asks. Yeah, this nerd is a quirkless loser, Bakugo says. I sigh and take off my shirt, which reveals my six-pack. Even if he is quirkless, he's bucking ripped, how manly, a red-haired boy says. I know, right, dude must work his ass off, the same yellow-haired guy who got rejected by that girl said. TCH, whatever doesn't mean he can beat me, Bakugo says before storming out of the room. After I sigh out of annoyance, I put on the gym uniform and head out to where Aizawa is. All right now, Mrs. Uraraka, come up and throw this ball for me, Aizawa says, tossing the ball onto the floor. Sure, the brunette girl who rejected someone earlier says. She walks up and grabs the ball. She walks to the middle of the circle and pulls her arm back. Since you came first in the entrance exams, well, no, you actually tied with someone else, Aizawa says, making Uraraka turn back to him surprised. Someone tied with me? She says, surprised. Yes, Izuku Midoriya actually, he says, making everyone's eyes dart to me. The damn nerd tied for first? Bakugo screams. What's it to you? I say, rolling my eyes. Aizawa fake coughs, gaining everyone's attention. Uraraka, go, then Midoriya will go after you, Aizawa says, putting his hands in his pockets. She nods and walks back to the circle. She pulls her arm back before a glow starts to emit from her. She throws the ball, and it causes wind to blow almost everyone back besides Aizawa and I. 1379 meters, good job, Aizawa says before looking back at me. Your turn, Midoriya, he says before yawning. I walk toward the mount and pass by Uraraka. I see her glance at me with a questioning face. I can tell she's used to being at the top, same as Bakugo, who looks like someone just spoiled a sequel to his favorite movie or something. I walk into the circle and Aizawa throws me the ball. I crank back my arm before throwing the ball as far as I can without using my quirk. Luckily, with all my training, my strength is that of Almight. 1456 meters, good job, Midoriya, Aizawa says nonchalantly. I nod before turning back to see the whole class with their mouths gaped, everyone besides Uraraka, who just looks slightly taken back but with a smirk on her face. I smirk to myself before walking back into the group. Okay, now, we will have a quirk test. We will do multiple challenges like that, and whoever comes last will be expelled. And if you don't believe me, I expelled a whole freshman year class last year, Aizawa says with a smirk. A teacher who isn't hesitant to ruin someone's dreams, how nice. I think to myself before snickering. Then started the challenges, which in reality were really easy. I ran the 100-meter dash in a little over a second. I did as many push-ups as I could before Aizawa got impatient and made me stop. Same with the pull-ups, Aizawa had to tell me to stop. Most of everything else I just lasted the longest before getting bored. Once we finished everything, Aizawa brought up the leaderboard. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Ochaco Uraraka. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Tenya Ida. 6. Momo Yaoyorozu. 7. Ijiro Kurishima. 8. Denki Kaminari. 9. Hanta Siro. 10. Mina Ishido. 11. Tsuyu Arie. 12. Rikido Sato. 13. Fumikage Tokoemi. 14. Mizo Shoji. 15. Mishiro Ojiro. 16. Koji Koda. 17. Toru Hagakure. 18. Kyokajiro. 19. Yuga Oyama. 20. Minoru Mineta. No, a midget boy says as he looks at last place. Minoru Mineta, you're expelled, Aizawa says in a serious tone. And oh, he continues to scream until he gets smacked by Aizawa's scarf. You're not actually expelled, you grape. I just wanted you guys to try harder, he says, rolling his eyes. Thank God, Mineta says, crying. Anyways, go to lunch and then go home. I'm done teaching for the day, but tomorrow be prepared for battle training with Almight, Aizawa says before walking away. Everyone nods and walks away. I have no clue where the lunchroom is, so I just follow them. Once we find our way to the lunchroom, everyone sits with their friends. I don't talk to people, so I sit in one of the only empty tables and go on my phone. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? I hear a voice say. I look up and see Uraraka. Okay, I say, still scrolling through my phone. She sits across from me and starts to eat. So do you have food? She asks, looking confused. I shake my head no as I scroll through my Instagram. Here, she says, moving her arm toward me. I look up and see chopsticks with a rice ball stuck to them. I look back to her and see her smiling. I use my hand and take the rice ball off of the chopsticks before plopping it into my mouth. Thanks, I say, chewing the food. That had a good sauce on it, I think to myself. No problem, she says as she continues to eat. So anyways, why did you want to sit here? I asked, slightly confused. Well, everyone else bugs me about things, so having some peace and quiet is nice. Although soon enough some boys will come over here and ask me out, she says as she lets out a small sigh. Do you like girls or something? I ask, which makes myself smirk. What? No, it's just I know the boys that ask me out just think I'm attractive because of my assets, she says, embarrassed. She's not wrong, she's insanely attractive, but I don't really care. Well, okay, if you want peace and quiet then just sit with me. Maybe people will be more hesitant to come over if they see you with a boy, I say, trying to not be a hick. Yeah, thanks, Midoriya, she says, smiling. No problem, can I have another one of those? I ask with a small blush. She giggles and gives me another one. Anyways, what's your quirk? When we were doing the test you were amazing, Uraraka asks, semi-amazed with my performance. I don't have a quirk, I lie to her. Huh, she says, taken back. Yup, I'm a quirkless loser, I say, putting quotations with my hands. You're quirkless and that's strong, wow, that's amazing, she says, amazed. Yeah, what's your quirk? I ask, trying to change the subject of me being quirkless. Oh, it's an enhancer quirk. I can basically power up all of my body parts. If I use to put power, I'll break them though, she says with a small laugh. That sounds like All Might's quirk, how cool, I say, noticing the resemblance. She seems taken back by the All Might reference. Yeah, All Might, she says nervously. What, you don't like him? I ask her, confused. No, I do, just no one really makes that comparison, she says, scratching the back of her head. She's lying, I think to myself. I nod. Okay, well, anyways, it was nice talking to you, but I think it's time for dismissal, I say as the bell rings. Yeah, okay, well, I'll see you around, Midoriya, she says before getting up. Yes, see you, Uraraka, I say before getting up and walking away. She doesn't mind that I'm quirkless, that's cool, I think to myself with a small smile. Tomorrow is the first day of combat training, let's see how this goes. Chapter 3, Training Exercise. Izuku POV. I walk into U.A and see Bakugo walk in front of me. He pushes me down to the ground and grabs my collar. You bucking lied to me, he says, gripping down on my collar. I look at him with a cold expression. I never lied about anything, I respond with an angry tone. You aren't quirkless, he says, shaking me. I am though, but I just work for my accomplishments, and don't get them handed to me just because I was born with the power, I say, grabbing his hand and squeezing down on it. Damn nerd, you're lying, he says, squeezing again. I grab his collar and squeeze it just as hard. Why would I lie? Why would I lie? I scream, letting my anger take over. You damn nerd, you thought you were better than me! Bakugo screams angrily. I hear voices start to surround me. I look and see a crowd of people watching what's happening. You'll never be better than me, you know that! Bakugo screams, causing people to look over at us. I am done, I say before lifting him off the ground by his collar and slamming him onto the floor. Guess what, Kaken? I'll become number one and no one will know who you even are. How would you like that, huh? I say with a sadistic smile as I lift him off the ground by his throat. Like you could be number one, he yells, trying to get out of my grasp. You put me through hell that day I jumped, I say with a smile. His angry expression turns to one of surprise. I jumped off the roof of the school, and guess what? If someone didn't save me, I'd be dead, I say with tears slowly falling down my face. You caused that, I say quietly. You're lying, he says in a sad tone. I squeeze his throat more. I never lie, I say before dropping him onto the ground. I wipe my face with my sleeve and walk away. I hear people talking and feel eyes watching me. I snicker. That felt way too good, I think to myself with a smirk. I walk into the classroom and only see Uraraka sitting in her seat. I walk over and sit next to her just like yesterday. Midoriya, are you okay? She asks with a concerned face. I look at her and smile. Better than ever, I say, still smiling. She blushes slightly and smiles. Good, she says happily. The door opens and a few of the people who saw what happened with Bakugo and I walk in. I smirk. You didn't have to choke him out, you know, Kirishima says, which ticks me off a bit. I did it to him before he could to me, I say in my defense. Wait, what happened? Uraraka asks, confused. Nothing, Uraraka, I say, trying to keep her out of it. What do you mean, nothing? You choked out Bakugo, Ida says, completely ruining my plan. I breathe in and sigh. He deserved it, he's lucky I didn't hurt him worse, I say dead seriously. What did he even do? Kaminari asks, confused. He made me suicidal. I tried to kill myself because of him, I say, getting tired of the questions. The room falls silent. You got your answer, now get away from me, I say, getting tired of talking to people. They walk to their seats, but I still feel Uraraka's gaze on me. Uraraka, why are you staring? I say, looking over to her. Yeah, it's nothing, sorry, she says, flustered. It's fine, I respond before yawning. Bakugo walks in and stares at me. He looks angry. He walks over to his seat and sits down. It's eerily quiet now. Aizawa walks in and seems surprised. Why so quiet? Not that I don't like it, but why? He asks with a confused face. Midoriya and Bakugo got into a fight in the halls and we found out why, Mineta says before getting smacked by Tsu, who used her tongue as a weapon. A fight? Why? Aizawa asks while eyeing down Bakugo. Damn nerd, fake being quirkless and tricked me for years, I got angry, Bakugo says, thinking he's in the right. What's your reasoning, Midoriya? Aizawa asks while turning his attention to me. I let my anger get the best of me. As you know, I am really quirkless. Not only him saying I lied to him, but remembering the hell he put me through in middle school, I lost my cool, I say truthfully. Hell in middle school? Aizawa says, raising a brow. I didn't do anything to that loser. Bakugo lies straight to their faces. He drove me to the point where I tried to kill myself, I say, looking down. What? Aizawa says in an angry tone. And no, you didn't, you nerd, Bakugo yells, still thinking I didn't do it. I know, I was joking, I lie with a small laugh. Can't let him get expelled, I want to kick his ass, I think to myself as I continue to laugh. That's not funny, Aizawa says, activating his quirk. I feel Uraraka's gaze again and look over to her. Urel. I cut her off by putting my hand on her mouth. Hush, I say, cutting her off. I see a blush form on her face before I take my hand off. We gotta talk later, she says, still slightly blushing. I nod. Anyways, now that the joke's over, let's go for our combat training, Aizawa says, tired of the class's shit. Everyone gets up and goes to the locker rooms. When there I see Mineta looking into the wall. What's your deal, dude? Kaminari asks, looking at Mineta. There's a hole and I'm looking to see the girl's beauty parts, he says with a creepy giggle after. Momo's huge boobs, same with Mina's, Jiro's perky ones, Sue's firm ones and Uraraka's perfect firm ones, he says, drooling. I chop his neck, making him pass out. What's going on over there? I hear a voice say. I peek through the hole and see Uraraka in her bra. HHHHH, she screams before I get an eye full of Jiro's headphone ears. Damn it, I yell in pain. PRV, I hear Uraraka yell through the hole. Damn it, that buckin' hurt, I think while holding my face and squinting my eye. Once the boys finish laughing at me, we all head out to ground beta where we find Almight. After he takes attendance, he starts to set up teams. Team A is Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo gives a dirty look to Todoroki, who ignores him. Team B is Tokoyamka and Sue. The two girls smile at each other. Team C is Kaminari and Jiro. Kaminari and Jiro look at each other as All Might continues to call names. Team D is Ochaco and Midoriya. I look at Uraraka and see her flustered while she watches All Might. Wait, why'd he call her by her first name? I think to myself. After he announces the rest of the teams, the first match is announced. Team A versus Team D, All Might says with his signature smile. My eyes dart to Bakugo, and he's looking at me as well. I smirk to myself as I walk up to Uraraka and grab her hand. I start to walk toward the building he told us to go to. Midoriya? She says to me, confused. I stop and let go of her hand. I turn to her and see her face is semi-red. We have to beat him, okay? I say, dead serious. She nods. Now, as you know, I'm pure strength, yes? I state the obvious. She nods. Alright, and your quirk can enhance your strength, so, here's what happens, we go in, you focus on getting to the bomb and I'll fight off Bakugo because let's be honest, he's gonna come after me. I explain while trying not to mumble. She nods again. Okay then, let's do it, okay? I say with a small smile. She nods. We're still gonna talk after this though, she adds. I nod. Sorry, by the way, I wasn't peeking, I had knocked out Mineta and heard someone through the hole, I say as the image of her in her bra fills my brain. I blush and bit and smack myself. It's fine, you didn't see anything, right? She asks genuinely. Nope, of course not. I lie straight to her face. Good, she says with a sigh of relief. Alright, well, let's win, I say, turning to the building and seeing Bakugo and Todoroki walking in. Alright, Team D, you can attack in 30 seconds, All Might yells over the loudspeaker. I nod to myself and watch Uraraka fix her shoes. I start thinking about the attacks both Bakugo and Todoroki will throw at us, then I realize that Todoroki quirk benefits him being long range. Uraraka, do you have a long-ranged attack? I ask, hoping for a yes. Yeah, I have one where I flick at them, and it's just as powerful as a punch when it hits them, she responds, putting her finger up and mimicking a flick motion. Good, Todoroki's quirk will probably benefit from long ranges, so try and close the distance, but if you can't, just use the long-range attack, I say, adjusting my sleeves. Good plan, she says, clenching her fist. Battle begin, All Might yells through the loudspeaker. Uraraka and I walk into the building and go up to the second floor. There we find Bakugo, who tries to sneak attack us from around the corner. I tackle Uraraka so she doesn't get hit by the explosion. You okay? I ask while looking back to Bakugo. Yeah, she responds with a shaky voice. I look back to her and see that she's blushing like crazy. I ignore it and get back to my feet. I grab her hand and get her back on her feet as well. Come on, Deku, fight me, Bakugo says, running toward us. I push Uraraka to the side as Bakugo sets off an explosion in my face. Midoriya, Uraraka yells, panicked by the explosion. The smoke clears and I smile at Bakugo. I feel burns on my face, but I've went through worse. Damn nerd, Bakugo yells, surprised that I'm smiling at him. Uraraka, go find Todoroki and the bomb, I've got this, I say while wiping blood off of my lip. Alright, she says, starting to run away. So you're confident, huh? Bakugo says, popping mini explosions in his hands. Yeah, not used to it, are you? I say with a smile as I stretch out my arm. TCH, nerd, it'll kill you, he says, sprinting at me. Idiot, I think to myself with a smile. I start to walk toward him. He throws a right hook, but I counter, and my punch sends him across the room. He lands and looks at me with wide eyes, and he spits up a bit of blood. Bastard, he says, getting up. I told you, Bakugo, I'm quirkless, but I'll still beat you, I say with a sadistic smile. I know you won't, he yells, getting up and pointing one of his grenade pros at me. What's that gonna do? I say, still smiling. You know my quirk, this isn't some stupid prop, this gathers my sweat for a huge blast, he says, playing with the switch. Young Bakugo, stop this, he can die, Almight yells over the loudspeakers. He won't die if he dodges, Bakugo yells as he lets off the huge explosion. Uraraka POV. I hear a huge explosion as the building starts to shake. Currently Todoroki and I are fighting. I'm using Air Force as my main attack because Todoroki won't let me get in close. What the hell was that? I say to myself as the ground shakes. Todoroki sends his ice at me and I use Air Force to destroy it. I'm only using 20% of one for all to minimize the damage of the building. I tap into the earpiece we have and try and talk to Midoriya. Midoriya, are you okay? I say, but to no response. Ignore them, we're fighting now, Todoroki says, sending more ice at me. I let his ice get past me and then use a 40% punch to send a shockwave at him. He stumbles back and I take the opportunity to run at him and punch him in the gut. God damn it, Todoroki says, holding his stomach. The battle's in my favor, I'll win. Izuku POV. My vision is blurry, smoke filled the room. I didn't dodge, my body feels like it's on fire from how hot it is in the room. Come on, Deku, no way, you really died to that, Bakugo yells through the smoke. I stand up as the smoke clears. Bakugo's gauntlet is on the ground and he's staring at me with a sadistic smile. Damn nerd, thought you could beat me, he says, laughing. I turn away and start to run to the stairs. You have the nerve to run now, you damn Deku, Bakugo yells while chasing me. I click the earpiece All Might gave us. Uraraka, what floor are you on? I yell while still running. 5, she responds before it cuts out. I run up to the 5th floor and see Uraraka and Todoroki exchanging punches. I guess she found a way to get close range. I run toward her and hear Bakugo jump up the stairs behind me. Damn nerd, get over here, Bakugo yells, jumping at me. I turn and punch him in the jaw, making him fly into the railing of the stairs. Midoriya, are you okay? Uraraka asks, jumping away from Todoroki. I nod and we both charge Todoroki. He freezes my legs in place but can't freeze Uraraka's because she jumps and kicks him into the wall. They're both down, go to the bomb, Uraraka orders. I run to the bomb, but before I can touch it, ice stops me again. I look back and see Todoroki staring at us. Bastard, Bakugo yells before putting an explosion into the back of my head, throwing me to the wall. Damn, that bucking hurt, I think to myself as I hold the back of my head. Midoriya, are you okay? Uraraka yells while running over to me. She gets tripped and kneed in the stomach by Todoroki. HH, she yelps in pain. I stand up and see Uraraka on the floor staring at me with tears in her eyes. I need to save her, I think to myself. She tries to get up and gets punched by Bakugo, who laughs. Save her. Flashback. I'll be the first quirkless #1 hero. Only Mom and Gran Torino know of my quirk and am gonna keep it that way. I won't use my quirk and I'll still beat him. I am quirkless and he'll still beat you. Present. I close my eyes as a tear falls down my face. I activate my quirk and walk over to Uraraka. If I don't use all of my abilities while they try so hard, I think, as I bend down and touch her shoulder. She starts to move. Then I shouldn't be a hero, so I'll give it my all. I'll use my quirk, and I'll save everyone that I can, just like a real hero does, I think, as Uraraka starts to speak. Midoriya, where are we? She says, looking around. I stop time. I say, helping her up. What? Aren't you quirkless? She yells in pure confusion. No, I lied, I have a quirk. Chapter 4: The Aftermath of Training. Izuku POV. Since when? She asks, slightly surprised. 7 months ago I was training and I unlocked it. I say, staring into the floor. Oh wow, she says, putting a hand on my arm. Why didn't you want to show anyone? She asks. I wanted to be the first quirkless hero. I wanted to prove people who said quirkless kids can't go anywhere wrong. Bakugo did bully me to suicide. I wanted to prove him wrong. I say, with my arm starting to shake. She grabs my hand and holds it. I can tell she's embarrassed, and I'm blushing too, so it's slightly awkward. Look, I don't usually do stuff like this, but let's be friends. You can vent to me and such, yeah? I don't want to see someone with your potential become your own downfall, she says, smiling. I stay silent for a minute. Yeah, I'd like that, I say with a huge smile while holding her hand back. Also, what do you mean potential? I ask, confused. Oh, it's just I never had competition when I was in middle school quirk-wise, so seeing someone stronger than me is surprising, she says with a small laugh. Okay, I respond. Anyways, shall we beat these two? Uraraka asks while looking back to them. Yeah, we should, I say, starting time. Huh? Bakugo says, darting his eyes to us. Why are you holding hands? Todoroki says with a deadpan tone. I blush and let go of her hand. How did you both get over there? Bakugo screams. Was that your damn quirk, huh? Bakugo yells. Yeah, it was, I say lightly. I look and see Uraraka smiling at me. I awakened my quirk 7 months ago. What it does isn't your business at the moment, but I could beat you with one hand behind my back, I say, smirking. Huh? Bakugo says, pissed off. I stop time and run behind him. I start to swing and start time again. It starts and my punch sends him into the wall. How? Todoroki says, jumping away. Bakugo is unconscious. I look at Todoroki and smile. Behind you, I say to him. He turns and is met with a punch to the nose from Uraraka. He stumbles over to me and I kick him in the stomach, making him fall to the ground. Uraraka walks over and touches the bomb. We finally won. I release a breath I didn't know I was holding in and walk over to Uraraka. Good job, I say, smiling. I feel my legs start to give out as I fall into Uraraka's arms. I blank. Uraraka POV. Midoriya falls at me and I catch him. Midoriya? I say, embarrassed that he's basically hugging me. I push him back and hold him up slightly. I see that his eyes are closed. He passed out, I think to myself, before wrapping his arm around my shoulder and dragging him out of the building. Uraraka, are you okay? Mina says, walking up to me. I slowly nod. Here, let me bring young Midoriya to recovery, girl. Dad says, walking up to me and taking Midoriya. Thanks, Almight, I say with a smile. No problem, young Uraraka, he says, walking away. Everyone walks back to the classroom, and Aizawa gets up from his nap. Where is Midoriya? Aizawa asks. All Might took him to recovery, girl, I say before sitting down in my seat. Okay, now you can all be dismissed, Aizawa says, laying back down. Ugh, as soon as I sat down, I think while rolling my eyes and leaving the room. I walk to recovery girl's office and see Midoriya yawning. Hey Midoriya, I say, waving. Oh Uraraka, hey, he says, putting on a small smile. How are you feeling? I say, walking over and sitting on the chair next to his bed. I'm doing better. I think the pain from earlier set in, so I passed out. Sorry about that, he says, nervously giggling and holding the back of his head. No problem, Midoriya. We won because of you, and thanks for saving me, I say, smiling and slightly blushing. He nods. It's what a hero would do, right? He rhetorically asks. Yeah, I respond with a small snicker. Anyways, seriously, thanks for helping me out with my issue, he says, smiling at his hand. Of course I'd help, it's what a hero does, I say, smiling. Dad walks into the room. Hey Ochaco, what are yo? He freezes, realizing Midoriya is there. Oh, All Might, what are you doing here? I say while my teeth are gritted. Oh, well, Ms. Uraraka, it's nothing, I was just. Midoriya cuts him off. Why'd you call her by her first name? Midoriya questions with a curious look. Look, young Izuku, sometimes I just call people their first names, you know. Dad says. All Might, I'd like to talk to you when Uraraka leaves, is that okay? Midoriya says with a serious tone. Dad nods. Oh, well, I'll go now then, see you around, Midoriya. I say, walking out of the room and face palming. I take out my phone and text Dad to meet me in the room after he's done talking to Midoriya. Midoriya POV. So All Might, it's been a while. I say with a smile. Yeah, young Midoriya, I see you've become stronger and taller. All Might responds with a thumbs up. I nod. I also unlocked my quirk. I can stop time and start it. I can only stop it for 3 hours right now, but in the future it will be longer. I say, explaining my quirk. That's amazing, young Midoriya. All Might says, taken back. I smile. Not only that, but I trained so hard that Gran Torino said I could beat you in your prime even without my quirk. I say excitedly. Wow, so you can become the new #1 hero. All Might says with a nervous tone. I nod. That's great, young Izuku, but I have to go. He says, starting to walk out of the room. Bye, All Might. I say, waving. Bye-bye, All Might yells before leaving. All right, honey, you can leave now, Recovery Girl says to me. I nod and stand up. Thank you for your help, Recovery Girl. I say, bowing. No problem, it's my job. She responds with a small laugh. I walk out of the room and see All Might sneak into a room across from Recovery Girl's. I walk up to the door and hear people talking. Dad, you idiot, you almost revealed that I'm your kid, a girl's voice says. Ochaco, I'm sorry, I didn't think about what I was saying. All Might responds to the person. Wait, Ochaco? Ochaco Uraraka is All Might's daughter, I think to myself. I slip and bash my head against the door. Shit. I think to myself as I try and back away. The door opens and All Might stares at me. You heard everything, didn't you? He says. I slowly nod and he grabs me, dragging me into the room. You can't tell anyone about this, okay? Chapter 5, First Real Friend. Izuku POV. Wait, so basically, Uraraka is your daughter, and you are keeping it secret, yes? I say, just to clarify. Yes. All Might says, putting his hand on Uraraka's shoulder. Wow, that's a lot. Does that also mean you have the same quirk? I genuinely ask. Well, yeah, Uraraka says, making All Might dart his eyes to her. Ochaco, I don't think we should tell him, All Might says, trying to keep his composure. He passed his quirk down to me. I'm his daughter and successor, Uraraka says nonchalantly. All Might holds his head. Why, he says, squeezing his eyes shut. Don't worry, Dad, he's stronger than both of us. He won't want our power anyways, Uraraka says, hugging All Might. You can get your power taken? I ask, confused. Here, the power is called One for All. Ochaco here is its 9th user. The power is passed down by generation for one ultimate purpose, to defeat All for One, All Might says, crossing his arms. So Uraraka will have to fight someone even you couldn't beat? I ask, concerned. I forgot to add, with each generation the power gains strength, and I almost beat All for One. Now Ochaco will most likely be able to, All Might says, rubbing Uraraka's head. Got it, well, sorry for intruding, I say, scratching the back of my head. No problem, anyways, wanna walk home together? Uraraka asks me with a small blush. Sure, why not? I respond, blushing a bit. I see All Might stare at me with a death glare. All Might, why don't you join us? You can say hi to my mom, I say, trying to get myself out of death's door. Yes, young Midoriya, of course I'll come see your mother, All Might says, smiling. Ugh, okay, Uraraka says in a clearly disappointed tone. I don't get why she'd want it to be just us. Maybe it's just that having a persistent parent that won't let you do much alone makes her one a rebel. We all walk out of the closet and walk outside, Luckily no one saw all of us coming out of a closet. It might have caused a scandal. So where do you live? Uraraka asks while looking over to me. I live in an apartment complex nearby. I respond, looking past Almight to her. Of course Almight took the middle spot. I can tell he's a bit overprotective now that I know she's his daughter. Oh same, Uraraka says, smiling. Oh nice. I respond, trying to ignore the 7-foot giant in between us. It's not like I want to flirt with her or anything pervy, I just want to have a normal conversation without someone being in the middle of us. She feels like the first real friend I ever had, even if I only met her yesterday. I want to be able to get to know her better without her father butting in, even though her father is my idol. So young Midoriya, you did very good in today's combat training, and I must thank you for saving my daughter from young Bakugo. All Might says, interrupting the silence. No problem. Although it did take a lot for me to use my quirk, I couldn't just let her get hurt like that, you know, especially because I know what a point-blank explosion from Bakugo actually feels. I say, laughing a bit. All Might laughs, but I see Uraraka's face become concerned. Hey Midoriya, when we get to your house, do you want to talk like we had planned? Uraraka asks me with a smile. I nod. What do you need to talk about? All Might asks in a curious tone. It's nothing, Dad, don't worry about it, Uraraka says, smiling. All Might turns to me with another death glare. She's not lying, we just want to talk, I say, giving a death glare back to him. We stare at each other for a little longer before Uraraka interrupts. Guys, why are you staring at each other? She says, worried. Oh, it's nothing, sweetie, All Might says, looking away. Yeah, it's just crazy. We haven't talked to each other in almost a year. All Might, why not let me talk to your daughter? We barely even know each other, I say, purposely annoying him. I agree, I want to know more about Midoriya, Uraraka says, helping me team up on him. Fine, you guys can be alone, he says, giving up. Uraraka and I glance at each other and smirk. We walk up to the apartment complex and I turn back to them. And we are here, I say, throwing my hands up toward the building. Wait, Uraraka says, surprised. I question. You live at the building right next to mine, Uraraka yells. Wait, really? I ask in disbelief. She confirms it and points to her window. Turns out it's right across from mine. We walk up to my floor and open the door. Hey Mom, I'm home and I brought a special guest, I yell into the apartment. I see my mom make a mad dash into the living room. I see her eyes widen. A girl? She yells before fainting. I'd expect her to be more surprised that All Might is here, I say, picking her up and putting her on the couch. Yeah, All Might says, sitting down. I guess you weren't much of a player before high school, huh? Uraraka says, making me cringe. Yeah, not so much, I say, nervously laughing. Mom wakes up and looks over to see Uraraka. Oh my god, are you Izuku's girlfriend? She asks Uraraka. I feel my face heat up as I facepalm. No Mom, she's not my girlfriend, we met yesterday, I say, trying to keep my cool. Ms. Midoriya, this is my daughter, Ochaco Uraraka, All Might says, trying to ignore the fact of Uraraka being referenced as my girlfriend. Hello young lady, I'm Inko Midoriya, but just call me Inko, Mom says to Uraraka while shaking her hand. Okay Inko, you can call me Ochaco then, Uraraka says, shaking back and smiling. My little Izuku here isn't used to having friends, so thank you so much for being his friend, Mom says while starting to cry. I cringe to myself because it's fairly embarrassing. No problem, Midoriya is a great future hero and I bet everyone in class will want to be friends with him, Uraraka says, smiling to my mom. Mom looks at me and smiles. I can tell that she's happy I'm making friends and having a good time at UA. Yes, I agree, young Midoriya saved my daughter here today during training. I thank the both of you for your help, All Might says, bowing down. Of course my baby is a hero, Mom says, gripping me into a hug. I cringe and look back to see Uraraka start to giggle. For some reason it puts a smile on my face. No problem, All Might. Even if she wasn't your daughter, I would have done it, I say, smiling at Uraraka after I get out of my mom's vice grip. Would you guys like to stay for dinner? My mom asks, hopping off of the couch. Well, I have to get back to the school for paperwork, so I'll have to pass, Almight says while smiling. I'll stay if I'm welcomed, Uraraka says, scratching the back of her head. Ah, of course, Mom says, running over to the kitchen. All right, Ochaco, come home later, I'll be waiting, and don't overstay your welcome, Almight says, walking out of the apartment. Uraraka sighs and walks over to me. You want to talk now? She asks me. I nod and bring her to my room. I shut and lock the door so Mom doesn't come in and hear us. So, I say, waiting for her to start. Did Bakugo really drive you to suicide? Chapter 6, A Little Crush. Izuku POV. I wasn't expecting this question because I completely forgot why she wanted to talk. Yeah, he did last year, I respond, looking down. I feel a flick on my forehead and look up to see her with a ticked-off expression. Dumbass, why would you ever try and kill yourself? You're such a good guy, she says, concerned. Well, in middle school I was a scrawny, shy, quirkless boy. Bakugo took advantage of that and bullied me. I had no faith, and one day he told me to take a swan dive off of the roof, so I did, I say as tears threaten to fall from my eyes. She covers her mouth with her hands and I see tears about to leave her eyes. Luckily, your father was there and he caught me, then he gave me the opportunity to train. Then I discovered my quirk and here I am today, with my first real friend, I say, smiling at her. She starts bawling and hugs me, stuffing my face into her chest area. I hug back, of course, but with a huge blush on my face. Never try that again, okay? You're a hero now, you have an amazing power, an amazing soul, and you also have me, she says to me with a serious tone. But we just met yesterday, I say. That doesn't matter, Midoriya, I've already found out so much about you and vice versa, so I can confidently say we'll be friends for a long time, she says, running her hands through my hair. I let loose and start to bawl my eyes out. I cried a lot, but looking back as a changed person, I just couldn't hold it back. At the time I knew it was bad, but letting myself take in the hardships I've been through is something I used to refuse to do. I hug her again and let it all out. Someone finally able to help me besides my mom, my first real friend, Almight's daughter, no Ochaco, Uraraka, is my first friend. We stay embraced for a while before letting up. I looked into her eyes and saw a sparkle. I don't know if it was actually a sparkle, but it made me smile. Uraraka, thank you so much, I say, smiling. No problem, Midoriya, she says, staring at me. We both start to blush. We slowly start to lean into each other. My body is moving on its own and we both go tomato red. We're interrupted by a knock on the door. Izuku? I hear Mom yell. I fall back off of my bed and straight onto my ass, making Uraraka laugh. One sec, Mom, I yell. I get up and run over to the door. I open in and she's standing there. Why'd you lock the door? Mom asks in a confused tone. She looks behind me and sees Uraraka on my bed blushing. My mom's eyes widen. What were you doing with her on your bed? My mom yells in surprise. Nothing, cool down, Mom, we didn't do anything, we were just talking, I say, trying to calm her down. I look back and see Uraraka, who is purely red and getting up. Lou, Mom cuts me off. Uraraka, did you and my son have s? I slam the door in her face. I look over to Uraraka, who looks like she's a tomato cosplayer. Look, I'm sorry about her, she's just not used to me having people over, and not only that, a female over here, you know, I say, trying to ignore my mother's knocks on the door. She nods and giggles a bit. She jumps up and walks next to me. I open the door. Guys, dinner's ready, Mom says, looking like she just saw a ghost. We walk out and all sit to have dinner. Thank you for the food, Inko, Uraraka says to Mom. Yes, of course, Uraraka, Mom says, biting into her food. So, Mom, how was your day? I ask, trying to break the awkward tension. Fine, I saw All Might and found out you made a friend, she says, spacing out. That's great, heh, I say, just to say something. So, Uraraka, how's the food? I ask Uraraka. Yeah, it's pretty good, Midoriya, Uraraka says, slightly getting red. You should call Izuku by his first name so I don't get confused when you call him Midoriya, at least around me. Mom says, followed by an audible gulp. Okay, so Izuku, do you remember what we're doing in school tomorrow? Uraraka asks, making me blush. Only my mom has called me my first name, well, her Almight and Gran Torino. She's the first person my age, well, no, Bakugo did when we were kids. She's the first young girl to call me my first name, I think to myself, while still blushing. No, sorry, I don't, but yeah, I just don't remember. I respond in the most awkward tone I could. Oh no, my mom says, face palming. What, Mom? I say, trying to hide my embarrassment. Nothing, Izuku, you're just making Mama so proud, she says, smiling. Sarcasm, I think to myself as I sigh. After a couple minutes of silence, I finish eating and stand up. Be right back, I say, walking away and going into the bathroom. I walk into the bathroom and turn on the sink. I splash my face with water and look at myself. Why am I feeling so odd, I think to myself. I shake my head back and forth and walk back to the door. I open it, and I'm met with Uraraka standing in front of me. I get startled and slip forward. I land on her, and she's on the floor with me holding myself up above her. If my mom saw this, she'd think we were doing something else. Izuku? I hear my mom yell as I turn to her. Of course, she comes around the corner. I think to myself as I blush. Sorry, I say, holding out my hand for her. I pull her up and let go of her hand. It's fine, Izuku, you didn't mean to, Uraraka says, trying to keep things normal. Well, I'd better go home now, it's getting late, but thank you for having me for dinner, it was very good, she says to my mom. I'll see you tomorrow at school, okay, Izuku? She says, turning to me. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, I say, waving. She leaves and I'm left in the hallway silent with my mom. Well, that was a mess, Mom says, face palming. What, how? She ate with us, that's what she was here to do, I say, confused. You're way too dense, you don't even realize you like her, Mom says with a small sigh. I don't like her, what do you mean? We met yesterday, how could I fall for someone that quick? I ask as I roll my eyes and walk into my room. I'm going to sleep, I say before shutting my door. I lay in my bed and feel my face heat up. She's completely wrong, I do realize that I like her, that's why I was so embarrassed. Chapter 7, Getting Closer. Izuku POV. I'm laying in my bed trying to get my mind off of Uraraka and I hear a pop on my window. I ignore it at first but then hear it again and go over to see Uraraka in the window across from mine. I open the window and start to talk. Uraraka, we're window neighbors too? I ask in disbelief. She giggles and nods. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? She says, smiling. I slightly smile as I see her looking at me. So what's up? I ask, trying to start a conversation. Well, I wanted to say sorry because when I was over everything got kind of awkward between you and your mom and I think she got the wrong idea about us, you know, she says with an awkward laugh. I nod. I didn't expect her to like me anyways. I think to myself. It's cool, just a series of unfortunate events that made us look like more than friends, I say, laughing. If only you knew I wanted to be more than friends. I've never felt this way about a girl, so it's weird for me, but I know it's some sort of crush. I think as she smells the cold fall air. The smell of fall is so nice. It's not too hot like summer or cold like winter, it's perfect, she says, resting her chin on her arm. Yeah, I agree, it's optimal weather for me, I say, smiling at her still. I mimic the way she's positioned in the window and she laughs. Huh? I ask, confused. You took the same position as I did in the window. It's just kinda cute, it seems you copy me without thinking, she says. I blush and laugh a bit. I guess you're so perfect I instinctively copy you, I say without thinking about how she could take it. I meant how she fights and that I still auto-copy her movements even when not fighting, but it didn't come off like that. She blushes harder than I've seen. Thanks, I appreciate that, she says, scratching the back of her head. Yeah, no problem, anyways, it's getting late, I'm gonna go to bed, she says, stretching. Alright, well, good night, Uraraka, I say, waving. Night, Izuku, she says before closing her window and walking away. She called me Izuku even when she didn't need to, I think to myself with a small blush as I walk away and sit down on my bed. Should I call her Ochaco? I don't know. Calling a girl her first name could cause people to think we are dating. I could just say that it's easier than Uraraka. Ah, damn it, I'm going to sleep. My conflicted thoughts make me not able to sleep for majority of the night. The next morning, I walk outside and yawn. I slept for 3 hours last night because of my conflicting thoughts about Uraraka. I see Uraraka walk up to me. Hey Izuku, wanna walk to school together? She asks me, getting slightly to close. Yeah Ochaco, let's go. I say, starting to walk. I blush realizing I called her by her first name, and I turn to see her standing in the same spot also blushing. Sorry, you were calling me Izuku, so I though. She puts a finger on my lips. It's fine, call me whatever you feel comfortable with, she says, smiling with a small blush. Hello young Midoriya, how are you? Almight says, screaming as Uraraka quickly takes her finger off my lips and turns around. Hey Almight, I'm doing good, you? I ask, trying to avoid eye contact. Great young Midoriya, let's head to the school now, shall we? He asks. I nod and give a toothy grin. On the inside I'm fighting with him though. God, I get she's your daughter, but let me have some alone time with her, I think to myself while gritting my teeth. Actually, Almight, is it okay if Ochaco and I walk to school alone? I ask, surprising myself. Oh? You call her Ochaco now? Almight says in an angry dad voice. Well, yeah, I do, I say with an idea popping into my mind. I'd rather all of us going together to school, Almight says, putting a hand on Ochaco's shoulder. I'd rather not, I say before stopping time. I walk over and touch Ochaco's shoulder, making her able to move and operate. Izuku, he's gonna be mad when he finds us, she says as we walk towards school. We'll be fine, don't worry about it, and if he's mad I'll just use my quirk and leave, I say, starting to laugh to myself. She giggles, which makes me smile. We walk to school and talk about what she had been doing before high school. She also told me about a lot of boys asking her out, and how it's annoying because she has her sights on someone. I'm hoping it's me, but if not, as long as she's happy, I guess I'm fine too. Once we walk into school, I start time again and people dart eyes toward us. I forgot I didn't tell everyone about my quirk. Not only that, but the previous day I did have a tiny breakdown, so I can't blame them for looking my way. I walk into class and everyone is sitting in their seats. I guess they were early. Aizawa walks in behind me. Morning, problem child, he says before walking past me. Hey Eraser, I respond, which makes him glare at me. Mr. Aizawa, I correct myself. You seem to be in a good mood, he says, glancing over at Ochaco. Yeah, I guess, I say, smiling. I look over and see the whole class in awe. I guess I really am a gloomy guy if the whole class is surprised that I'm happy. Midoriya, why are you holding hands with Uraraka? Aizawa says, making my heart sink. I let go of her hand that I didn't even know I was holding. Well, when I stop time I can only make someone else be able to walk around with me if I hold their hand, so I had to hold her hand so we could talk, you know, I say, hoping they'd buy the lie. That makes sense, Kaminari says, like he just discovered why his food had gone missing while in a zoo full of roaming monkeys. I get a dirty look from Aizawa. He either didn't buy it or didn't care. I walk to my seat with Ochaco close behind. Anyways, class today is just normal classes, but tomorrow we will be going to the USJ for combat training, Aizawa says, writing down USJ on the chalkboard. Universal Studios JP. Kaminari gets cut off with a scarf being wrapped around his throat from Aizawa. Luckily he got to him before I could. I hate loud noises. No, dumbass, this is you doubt, not some elementary school field trip. I guess all of the short-circuiting got to your brain, Aizawa says, getting a sigh from Kaminari. Unnecessary roughness, I hear Kirishima say with a small snicker. Anyways, we're going tomorrow, so be prepared to travel. Bring your hero costume and all that stuff. If you're not ready, then don't come at all, you'll be useless, Aizawa says before picking up his sleeping bag. Now go to your next class and leave me alone, he says, plopping onto the floor. After all of the classes, Ochaco and I meet up at the front of the school. Hey Izuku, how was the rest of your classes? She asks me while stretching. Boring, everyone is so loud I don't like it. I say to her as we start walking. What about when our class is loud? She asks, taking an earphone out of her ear and putting it in its case. Well, I don't want to leave that class, you know. I have a friend in that class. I say, trying not to blush. I hear her giggle. You're adorable, she says, followed by another giggle. Is that a good thing? I ask, slightly confused. Yeah, it is. Trust me, you'd rather be adorable than hitchy like Bakugo. See, you're cute how you act, he's not, she says, failing to explain it. Ahu, I act reassured. Hello, young Midoriya. Before he can finish, I stop time and touch Ochaco's shoulder. Anyways, wanna head home now? I ask while she looks behind us. You don't like my dad, huh? She asks after catching up to me. Nah, I idolize him, but I wanna talk to you more than him, I say, putting my hands in my pockets. Also that lie in the morning, that we had to hold hands while your quirk was activated, it was smart, and thanks for getting us out of that, she says, putting a thumbs up. Yeah, no problem, I respond, smiling back. My hand slowly comes out of my pocket, and I feel her hand touch mine. I flinch at first, but then let her take my hand. So we do need to hold hands, huh? She says, making an excuse to hold my hand. Not that I mind, but she could have just asked. Yeah, not like we need to have time stop to do it though, I say, making her and I both blush. Yeah, she agrees as she looks back in front of us. Oh, we're basically back at the apartment complexes, I say, looking in front of us. Yeah, well, I guess we should go now, she says, letting go of my hand. I mean, I still have 2 hours and 50 minutes left until my quirk is exhausted. The recharge time isn't that much, so if you want we can hang out, I say, trying to find an excuse to spend time with her. I mean, sure, why not? She says, turning back to me and smiling. Chapter 8, Fun Times. Izuku POV. So where do you want to go? Ochaco asks me as we walk toward the city. Well, I want to show you something, I say with a smirk on my face. I never told her that with my quirk we can defy gravity. We could walk up buildings and stuff, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. What is it? She asks with a curious look. Just wait, we'll go to the city and go to the top of the largest building. Doesn't that sound fun? I say, looking at her with a toothy grin. She giggles and nods. I guess so, she says, still nodding. We walk to the city and look around. I haven't been here since Dad took me like 5 years ago while he was recovering from an injury, she says, looking at a street sign. I've been here a few times in middle school, but not in the last 10 months because of the training, I say, yawning. Anyways, wanna go to the top of that building now? I say, pointing to the building. She nods and we walk to the front of the building. Ugh, stairs, she sighs. What about them? I ask, looking over to her. Well, she starts blushing. She puts her arms around her chest area. I got the hint. Luckily, we don't need stairs, I say, jumping onto the side of the building. She looks at me like I just unlocked another quirk. I forgot to tell you, our gravity is different here because in no time is stopped and stuff, I say, lying right through my teeth. You planned this, didn't you? She says with a giggle. Yup, I respond confidently. She jumps up and we start walking up the building. So you do this often? She asks, walking closer to me. Not much, but in America I did it a bit. Once I went to the top of the Empire State Building. It was a nice view, I say, remembering the fun experience. She nods a bit. That's amazing. So you trained in New York City? She asks, looking at me. Well, like 25 minutes away, but that's where I did most of my vigilante work, I say, before slapping my hand on my mouth. Vigilante work? She says, concerned. Well, yeah, I needed to learn to use my quirk for long amounts of time, so stopping time would be a waste of time if I didn't save anyone, you know, I say, backing up my claim. So you only did it when time was stopped? She asks. Well, a few times I acted on impulse, but I stopped time so it just looked like a boy saved someone but disappeared right after a no, I say, putting my hands behind my head. I get it. Well, at least you could feel like a hero, she says, laughing. I see her turn around and panic a bit. I put my hand on her cheek and make her look at me. She blushes. Don't look down. Trust me, you might not be able to fall, but I was frozen in fear for 30 minutes once. Not fun knowing time's running out. I say, smiling and slightly laughing. She nods and I take my hand away from her face. We finish walking to the top and sit down on the edge. I start time again and we watch the cars at the bottom go by. It's so high, she says, sort of scared. I put my hand over hers. Remember, I'm not out of time, so even if you fall, I'll save you in a heartbeat. I say, smiling. She blushes again. Real playboy Izuku. I think to myself with a smirk. Wait, where'd I get this confidence from? This is All Might's daughter, Ochaco Uraraka. Her affiliation with All Might doesn't matter, she's still her own person. That's who I like, not All Might's daughter, but Ochaco Uraraka. I think to myself. Izuku? Ochaco says, waving her hand in front of my face. Ah, sorry, spaced out and no. I say, dangling my feet off of the building. It's fine, and no, we should do this more often. I know it's random, but like I enjoy spending time with you, she says with a tint of red on her face. Yes, same. I think you might not be my first with only being friends. I say innocently. I soon notice how sexual that sounded. What? Ochaco screams, slipping off of the building. I sigh as I hear her scream. I stop time and walk into the side of the building. I grab Ochaco's hand and lead her frozen body down to the ground. During my quirk, it only allows me to make people able to move by touching their shoulder. I touch her shoulder, and she screams before I put my hand over her mouth. She looks at me before flicking me in the forehead. I take my hand off of her mouth, and she sighs. Why'd you have to go and say stuff like that? Do you even think about what you say before you say it? She asks, turning around. Nope, what I meant is that you're my best friend, I say with an awkward smile. She smirks. Okay, dope, she says, getting on her tippy toes and poking my nose. Sometimes I forget she's only 5'5". You're so short, I say with a snicker. Hey, I'm not as short as I was before, one for all. I used to only be 5'0", she says, puffing her cheeks. I laugh at her before she playfully punches me in the gut. She buries her head into my chest and I rub the back of her head. You're a big softy, you know that? I say, smiling. Says the one letting me do this, she says, wrapping her arms around me. You know it scared me when I was falling, she says quietly. I know, you didn't say it, but I could tell, I say. Why do you think I'm comforting you, huh? You don't think I'm this nice, do you? I say as a joke, not sure if she understood it though. You're a big teddy bear, a big strong one, she says, starting to hug me. Yeah, let's go back home, I say, starting time. People start to walk past us, but a few glances are thrown at us. Makes sense because to them we just appeared. Okay, can we stop time though, Bika? Ochaco's voice is stopped by a voice booming over hers. So, young Midoriya, you and my daughter seem to be having fun, I hear All Might say to me. I stop time quickly and grab Ochaco's hand. I tap her shoulder and she looks surprised. How the hell did he find us? She asks after realizing I stopped time. I have no clue, but we have to go back home and act like nothing happened. He did find us at an awkward moment, don't you think? I say, trying not to blush. Yeah, only awkward when people can see us though, she says, blushing. I nod without looking at her. We walk home and separate. We meet out both of our bedroom windows and talk until dark. At one point All Might talked to me, but it was only about using my quirk in public. Hopefully he will accept the fact that his daughter and I are getting close. He's really playing into the overprotective dad part. Tomorrow's the USJ trip, so that's gonna be fun. But until then, time to go to sleep. At the time I didn't know, but the USJ trip would end up changing my life. Chapter 9, USJ. Izuku POV. So dude, when are you gonna talk to the others? Kaminari asks me as I sit at the back of the bus on the way to the USJ. Yeah man, you're so strong, but you're like antisocial. Well, with the exception of Uraraka, Kirishima adds as I yawn. I don't want to talk to people that much. Is that really a problem? Eventually we'll probably become friends, but I'm not the type to trust immediately anymore. I respond, looking out the window. I mean, I did trust Ochaco quick, but that's because she's also my idol's daughter, so I wouldn't have to worry about her being a scumbag. I think to myself. I mean, I kind of get that. I've seen your relationship with Bakugo, Zero says after clearly eavesdropping, although everyone was looking at me anyways. What is the deal with you and Uraraka, huh? Mineta says with a pervy smile. I give him an angry look. Come on, give us the juicy details, Midoriya, Mineta says, still being persistent. Buck off, midget, there's nothing going on. I snap at him. Everyone looks at me and I roll my eyes and look out of the window again. Perv, I hear Ochaco mumble. Wait, was she talking to me or the dwarf? I think to myself. The bus slows to a stop. Okay, class, follow me, Aizawa says as the bus opens its door. We all walk into the USJ and group up with Aizawa and the Pro Hero 13. Damn, they even got fake villains, Kaminari says, looking past the two teachers. I look over and see hundreds of villains in the back. There's two people in the middle. One has hands on his face, and the other looks like purple gas. Weird. Those aren't fake, Aizawa says, looking at us. What? Mineta screams. Get back, you idiots! Aizawa yells as he jumps up onto a rail. What the hell, should I stop this? I think to myself as I walk up next to the rail that Aizawa is on. Midoriya, get BA! I stop time, cutting him off. I walk over to the guy with hands on his face. I run up behind him and start time. Gotta find out what his quirk is. I think to myself as the man starts to speak. Where'd that green brat go? He says, taking a hand off of his face. Midoriya, where'd you go? I hear some of my classmates yelling. Aizawa jumps down to where the hand man is and tries to punch him. The man reaches out and touches Aizawa's arm. My eyes widen as I see Aizawa's fingers start to disintegrate. Not even a second later, I stop time. I run up to the person and throw a punch. As I punch, I start time and he goes flying a few yards away. Midoriya, Aizawa yells to me. I get it, I shouldn't fight, but guess what, I'm already here, so there's no stopping me now, I say back as I run at Hand Man. I punch him in the gut, making him spit up blood. What the hell are you? I ask. He smiles and laughs a bit. As if a little kid could kill me, he yells back. Noma, get him, he continues. His smile sends shivers down my spine. Next thing I know, I get punched in the gut harder than I even knew was possible. I get sent flying toward the rest of the students. That definitely broke a few ribs. I think to myself as I hold my side. Izuku, Ochaco yells, running to me. She bends down next to me. Are you okay? She asks. No, I'm not, but I don't care. Can you help me up? We need to stop that thing, I say, getting onto my knees. She helps me up and I hold my side as I see the Nomu kicking Aizawa's ass. I grunt as I breathe in. I stop time and touch Ochaco's shoulder. Izuku, you shouldn't, you're too hurt, Ochaco says as I start to walk toward Aizawa and the villains. I look back at her. I'm not letting Aizawa die. You can stay back if you want, but I'm gonna be a hero, I say before turning back around and starting to run toward Aizawa. I hesitate as the pain in my ribs intensifies. I look back to Ochaco to see her going and touching everyone's shoulders in Class 1A. They all start moving. What the hell is this? I hear Bakugo yell as I try to ignore it. I turn back to Aizawa and start to walk again. I run at the Noma and start time as I throw a punch. It sends the Noma back maybe 100 feet. Midoriya, stop, Aizawa says, grabbing my collar. And oh, I yell. I'm struggling to breathe. I might have punctured a lung. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna go out a hero, I think to myself as I stop time and get out of Aizawa's grasp. I start time again because of the pain being worse when using my quirk. I run at the Noma and punch it in the head. It is barely affected and it punches me in the side, making me scream in pain. I stop time even though it causes pain. I walk up to the Noma and deliver as many full power punches as I can before I feel my left leg give out. I fall to one knee. I do my best to jump backward as I start time. The Noma flies out of the building from the pure strength of my punches. I cough out blood as I hear a large stomp. Everything will be alright, because I am here. All Might's catchphrase. This kid should die before we go. I hear the handman say as footsteps get closer to me. I use the rest of my energy to get up and stop time. I punch the man back so he would hit a wall at the other side of the USJ. I limp my way to All Might and touch his shoulder. Young Midoriya, where are we? He says, looking around. My quirk, I used it and punched the man with hands on his body that way. I say, pointing to the field of trees that were knocked over. Okay, young Midoriya, rest now. He says before I start time and fall to the ground. I cough blood as I stare at the ground. Deku, I hear Bakugo yell as I see his foot. Izuku, are you okay? Ochaco rolls me onto my back and smacks my face, waking me up slightly. I'm sorry, I thought I could beat anyone. I say with a small snicker. Damn nerd, why'd you bucking do that, huh? Bakugo asks, grabbing my collar. I'm the only one who stood a chance against that thing. I say, but have a coughing fit right after. Bastard, he says, punching me in the face. Bakugo, stop, Ochaco says, trying to push him away. Kaken, I say, making the two go silent. What, you damn nerd? He says with tears threatening his eyes. I put a sadistic smile onto my face and stare at him. Lay a finger on her and I'll kill you, I say as blood drips from my mouth. He backs up away from her and turns around. Young Midoriya, I hear All Might say as he runs toward us. I stare at the sky. Hey Ochaco? I say as tears flow down my face. Huh, what is it? She says, leaning over my body. Young Midoriya, stay with me, All Might says. I'm sorry, All Might, I say. You did nothing wrong, he responds, wrapping bandage around my torso. I scream in pain. Izuku, what were you going to say to me? Ochaco asks, putting her hands on my face. Thank you for being my friend, I say with a smile as my eyes slowly close. I lose consciousness. Chapter 10, Spark of Love. Izuku POV. My eyes shoot open and I'm in Recovery Girl's office. I start to breathe heavily and a small pain in my ribs comes back. I cough a bit, which hurts worse. The door bursts open and Recovery Girl walks in. Midoriya, you've woken up, alright, calm down, she says, walking up and kissing me on the forehead. The pain slowly goes away, but I start to feel tired again. Am I okay? I ask as I start to breathe normally. Well, you weren't. You have been asleep for like a month now. You had 4 broken ribs and a punctured lung. You should be dead, but Ochaco Uraraka brought you back here along with All Might. They told me you were reckless, but if it weren't for you then everyone would have been dead, she says, checking some papers. Oh, I respond, thinking about Ochaco. So it's been a month? Wait, when's the sports festival? I ask, trying to get up. In 2 weeks, you'll have to stay the night here, but tomorrow I can let you go, she says, checking something off with a pencil. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep, I say before closing my eyes. Uraraka POV. Izuku has been out for like a month. It's back to boys asking me out and me rejecting them. I feel bad, but like, sorry, no. Over the month I've realized how close you can get with someone in 3 days. I've also found out that I developed feelings for him, kind of embarrassing. Dad has been training me with One for All. I'm at 80%, which is cool. I'm already as strong as Dad's prime 100%. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, so we are trying to squeeze in as much training as possible. The rest of class, on the other hand, has carried on as usual. They didn't know Izuku well enough to cry over his small coma, but they were thankful for his sacrifice during the USJ. Sometimes I have nightmares about seeing his body on the floor. He spoke to me like he knew he was gonna die. It scared me that he was prepared to die so early. I walk into class 1A and see everyone else talking to each other, except Bakugo, of course. He showed remorse toward Izuku but called him an idiot for doing what he did. I don't blame him that much. I was angry at first too. He's been extra moody since it happened though. Not sure if it's jealousy that Izuku was the hero or that he's just worried for his childhood friend, even though they weren't friends for majority of the time pre-high school. I sit down and Aizawa walks in. He wasn't that injured from the USJ because of Izuku's help. Alright everyone, today we're gonna do absolutely nothing but train. You kids have to get ready for the sports festival, so go. I shouldn't have to tell you where to go, Aizawa says, laying down in his sleeping bag. Izuku POV. I wake up and look outside. It's nighttime now. Recovery Girl is standing next to my bed. Izuku, you've woken up, Recovery Girl says with a smile. Yeah, when can I leave? I ask, thinking about where the others are. Now actually, you're fully healed, classes ended hours ago, so just go home, she says, patting my shoulder. Thank you, I say, getting up and walking out of the room. I walk home and open the door to see my mom. She immediately burst into tears. Izuku, I thought I lost you, she says in between tears. I'm fine, Mom. Trust me, I won't get hurt like that again, I say, hugging her. You better not, I thought you were dead, she says, followed with a sniffle. What time is it? I ask, looking around the house. It's 1:30 in the morning. I've been worried sick for like a month, she says, breaking the hug. Sorry, I say, yawning. You should go to sleep, honey, Mom says, walking me toward my room. Okay, I will, I respond, walking into my room and turning back to her. Night, Mom, love you, I say, smiling. Good night, sweetie, she responds as I close my door. I walk up to my window and look at Ochaco's window. I wonder how the month for them has been. Couldn't have been that weird without me. They probably got stronger while I was gone, I think to myself as I stare at Ochaco's window. Suddenly the curtain to her window opens and I see her looking right back at me. Her eyes widen as she quickly opens her window. I mimic her and open my window. Izuku, she yells. Hey, I respond with a small smirk. Meet me down between the apartments, she says before closing her window and running out of view. I close my window before stopping time and walking past my mom to go outside. Once I leave the apartment, I start time again and dash down to the place between our apartments. She runs out of her building and crashes into me, bringing me into a hug. You dumbass, she says, starting to sob. What? I ask, confused as I hug her back. Why'd you do that? She yells, sniffling. I had to save everyone. I didn't expect to get beat half to death, but as long as everyone was okay, it's fine, I say, stroking her hair. I miss you, she says, gripping down on my shirt. Why'd you miss me? Also, what did you guys do in class while I was gone? I ask as she stops hugging me. You're an idiot, she says, putting her hand on my face. What H? She cuts me off with something I never thought she'd do. I knew I had feelings for her, but I never expected her to reciprocate those feelings. But here I was in the middle of the night, in the middle of the street, kissing Ochaco Uraraka. Chapter 11, Making It Official. Izuku POV. Ochaco breaks the kiss and my face goes numb. I see her blush as she backs away. I'm sorry, she says, continuing to back away from me. I walk closer to her and grab her hand. Eh? She lets out before I pull her toward me. I grab her chin and close the gap between us. I feel myself heating up. I break the kiss and stare into her eyes. Izuku, she stutters. Ochaco, can I ask you a question? I say, not breaking eye contact. What is it? She asks, blushing even harder. Do you want to go on a date with me? I ask, making her eyes widen. Yeah, I do actually, she says, starting to smile. I wipe the tears off of her face and smile too. Now stop crying, okay? I want to see you happy, I say, giggling. She snickers and nods. Okay, she says. Anyways, we should go to bed, I say, looking around and seeing all of the lights out. Yeah, I forgot how late it was, she says, laughing. Anyways, I'll be going now, I say before pulling her into a hug. She hugs back. I love you, she says, still hugging me. I blush and smile. Love you too, I say before letting go and turning around. She taps on my shoulder and I turn around to receive a kiss on the cheek. Bye, she's saying, waving while running back to her building. I walk back to my building with a smile. Even though I've only been up for like an hour, I think today was really good. Ochaco POV. I walk into my house and am met with a 7-foot-tall giant. Ochaco, what were you doing out this late? He asks in a stern tone. Well, Izuku got home and I saw him in my window, so I went out to him and talked to him for a bit. I say, making him raise an eyebrow. So talking includes kissing him, huh? He says. I blush. You saw that? I ask, knowing the answer. Yes, now tell me, do you really love young Midoriya? He asks. Yeah, I do. He's the only boy that's not a pervert and asks me out every 2 seconds. He's nice and he has a real hero spirit. I say, defending Izuku. I look up to my dad to see him crying and smiling. I am so happy, Ochaco, you found a boy I can tolerate, and you fell in love with him, Dad says, bringing me into a bear hug. Wait, you're not mad? I ask, confused. Of course, Ochaco, young Midoriya is an amazing hero and person, so if you are in a relationship with him, it is okay with me, Dad says with a thumbs up. You can stop using your muscle form, you know, I say, making him sigh. He goes back into normal might and puts a hand on my shoulder. Seriously, kid, I know Izuku is a good guy and I trust that he'll treat you well, Dad says, smiling. I know he will, and I'm happy you accept that we are together, I say with a huge grin. What's going on here? I hear Mom ask as she walks into the area we are in. Ochaco here got her first boyfriend, Dad says, smiling. She raises her eyebrow. Is he a good kid, Toshi? She asks Dad. Dad nods and puts a thumbs up. He was the boy who I let Gran Torino train last year, he says. Oh, the Midoriya boy? She says. Dad nods. That's nice. Anyways, both of you, we gotta go to bed. It's 2 in the morning and we all have to be up in 4 hours, Mom says, walking back into her and Dad's bedroom. She's right. Good night, Ochaco, Dad says, kissing me on the head and following Mom. I smile to myself and go into my room. What a good night, I think, as I doze off to sleep. The next morning. Izuku POV. I walk out of my building and see Ochaco walking out of hers. She sees me and smiles while walking toward me. Morning, Izuku, she says when she gets right next to me. Morning, Ochaco, how are you feeling today? I ask as I put my hand out. She takes my hand and smiles. Pretty good after last night, she says, making me blush. Yeah, about that. When do you want to go on that date? We can do whatever you want, I don't really mind, I say, wondering what I could plan for us. We could just go to dinner or something. I really don't mind, she responds, shrugging. So you don't care about our date? I ask, confused. Honestly, no. As long as I know you reciprocate the feelings I have, then I don't mind what we do. Having you by my side is more than enough, she says, smiling. Wow, that kinda caught me off guard, I mumble. Wait, what do you mean? She asks me. It's just no one ever really cared about me as much as you do. My mom cares about me, but you know it's a mom's job to do that, I say, snickering and scratching the back of my head. I mean, of course I care about you. Even if you didn't have a quirk or borderline superhuman strength, I'd still love you, she says, smiling. My brain reverts back to middle school Izuku and I blush while looking down and messing with my fingers. I quickly snap out of it and smile at her. I swear you're gonna be the reason I lose my mind, I say, laughing. Hey, as long as you don't leave, I'll be fine, she says, giggling. Anyways, are you ready to train your ass off for the sports festival? She asks with a smirk. I smirk back at her. Hell yeah, I respond as we walk into UA. Those next 2 weeks were hell for me because I endured hours of pain, so sudden hits like that from a gnome won't almost break me in half anymore. Now, it's time for the sports festival. Chapter 12, Sports Festival Race. Izuku POV. Man, this is gonna be so fun, Kirishima says as we arrive at the stadium on a bus. For real, man, I watched this on TV when I was younger, Kaminari responds, putting his arm onto Kirishima's shoulder. They're too loud, I hear Ochaco mumble. I snicker, making her look at me. What? She asks me. You're right, they are too loud, I say, trying to not laugh. You seem to be in a good mood, Tsu says, standing up behind me. I guess. I respond, shrugging. Izuku here doesn't like to show his emotions, Ochaco says, pulling at my cheek and having a sarcastic tone. That's true, I say, yawning. So since you guys are lovers now, maybe Midoriya will be more open? Mina asks, butting into the conversation. Lovers? Ochaco says, blushing. I smirk. Yeah, maybe depends on my mood though, I say, getting up and wrapping my arm around Ochaco's shoulder and leaning my head on her shoulder. Right, beautiful? I say to her, making her blush more. Sometimes I have these random flashes of flirtatious actions. Usually they play out in my head, but sometimes I'll actually do them. Let's go, I hear Aizawa say as he walks out of the bus. We all walk into the stadium and hear the crowd screaming and yelling. I've watched these on TV but never expected them to be this loud. It's irritating. Hello everyone and welcome to the Udata Sports Festival, our host Midnight WI. I stop time and sigh as I walk away. Once I'm far enough away, I start time and text Ochaco to call me when the first event starts. She says okay. Ochaco POV. Izuku doesn't like the loud noises, so I'm not surprised he completely dipped. I think to myself as Midnight announces the first event. And this year the first challenge is an obstacle course, Midnight yells as the crowd cheers. Everyone get to the start line, she yells. All of us get to the starting line and I text Izuku. 3, she starts. 2, 1, she says before a loud buzz goes off. Izuku appears in front of everyone and smiles at us before disappearing again. Izuku Midoriya has finished first in world record time, I hear Midnight yell as the rest of us start running. There's a huge 0-pointer from the exams in front of us. Todoroki freezes half of it, and Bakugo blows the head off of one while saying, "Die," really loud. I activate one for all at 80% full cowl and sprint past everyone else. No one even contends and I make it second place with the others a quarter of the way back. Good job, Izuku says, showing up next to me in the blink of an eye. Thanks, it's weird seeing you use your quirk freely like that, I say, awkwardly smiling. Yeah, I get it, someone just appearing must feel weird, he says, agreeing with me and yawning. So you plan to sweep this festival, huh? I say, crossing my arms together. Yeah, if there's a tournament I'll sweep, but I don't know, I don't really feel like it, he says with a sly smirk. Cocky much, I say, smiling and rolling my eyes. Let's be honest, can anyone beat me? Izuku says in a serious tone. About that, Aizawa interjects as he walks toward us. After the second round, the remaining students will be ganging up on you. If you win the festival. If they win, they'll have the tournament for second round, he says with a shit-eating grin. All of the class? Izuku asks with an evil grin. Yes, but you can't use your time-stopping quirk in this fight or you'll be disqualified, Aizawa says with an even more evil grin. AWWCMON, Izuku yells, throwing his hands into the air. Who cares, brute strength and brains will get me the win, he continues, laughing to himself. Ego, I say, rolling my eyes. He pulls me away from Aizawa and into a room alone. I'm gonna lose, he says, putting his hands on my shoulder. So your ego was a fluke? I ask, confused. Of course it was, I'm not an egotistical asshole like Bakugo, he says, making me scoff. Alright, well, I don't plan to lose to you, for now we're going to be rivals. After the festival we'll go back to being lovey-dovey, I say, making him frown. Come on, he says, whining like a kid. I giggle and sigh. I walk up to him and peck him on the cheek before walking back out to the other students. So we're gonna beat him now, okay? I say to the group. Of course we'll beat that damn Inyar. He gets cut off by Tsu slapping him in the face. Are you kidding me, you frog bee? I flick 2% Ofa at him, making him choke on air. Shut up, man, I say with a sigh. Anyways, we have to beat Time Stopper, except he can't stop time, he's just stupidly strong, I say, tapping my foot on the ground. Like you? Tsu asks. While I'm flattered by the compliment, no, I use a quirk to get stronger, he's just strong from training, I say in a stern tone. Can I just freeze him? He can't use a flick to release wind to destroy my ice like you could, Todoroki says, holding up his hand. That's it, I say, smirking. What? Todoroki says, confused. Let me explain, I say. Izuku POV. So if I just punch them, knocking them out, I'll win. Sounds like a plan. I think to myself before walking toward the field. Young Midoriya, a scream fills my ears and I immediately stop time. I look over and see Almight with his smile. I sigh. Oh, it's just you, I think to myself as I start time. Don't yell, Almight, it annoys me, I say with a yawn. I yawned as I wrote that line. Sorry, young Midoriya. Anyways, I found out that you and my daughter are now dating, he says, making a chill go down my spine. Yeah, we are, I respond, trying to stand my ground. Good job, kid, I'm happy she found someone she loves, he says, patting my shoulder. Wait, you're okay with it? I ask, astonished that he isn't mad. Of course, kid, like I've said before, I would have chosen you as a successor if she didn't exist, he says, making me snicker. Okay, Almight, anyways, I'm gonna go beat the rest of class, I say, turning around and clenching my fist. Good luck, young Midoriya, you're gonna need it, he says as he walks away. Yeah, right, I'm gonna win this. Chapter 13, 1 vs 19. Izuku POV. Fight. Present. Mike yells as I stand on the field with my hands in my pockets. I sigh and start walking toward everyone. Suddenly Mina surrounds everyone in their own circles of acid and Todoroki sends ice at me. I dodge the ice with my speed but eventually get stuck. Annoying, I think to myself as I punch the ice, making it break off. Hey Izuku, I hear a familiar voice say. I turn and see Ochaco behind me with a smirk on her face. She punches me in the face, sending me into the middle of all of the others. Todoroki used his ice as a distraction so she could get behind me. They used Mina's quirk to throw me off guard, damn it. I think to myself as Todoroki traps my fist in ice. Come on, nerd, fight back, Bakugo yells as he runs at me. I sigh and roll over before Todoroki could freeze my other fist. This really was a good plan, and you caught me off guard, I say as I crush the ice, holding down my other fist. But I'm not gonna lose that easily, I say before turning and throwing a punch at Ochaco's stomach while she was flying at me using one for all. ACK, she throws up a bit as she flies back onto the floor. Sorry, I think to myself as I stand up and smirk at the others. Damn Deku, Bakugo yells, charging at me. Stupid, I mumble as I dodge his famous right hook and elbow him in the neck, making him stumble onto one knee. Dumbass, I say before starting to swing my foot at him. He catches my foot and smirks. Dumb Deku, he says, followed by a chuckle. My eyes widen as I get hit with a laser from Oyama. GHH, I yell as I hold my side and stumble back. Mina and Todoroki surround me, with them Todoroki sliding on his ice and Mina sliding on her acid. You underestimated us, Momo says, creating something. Yeah, Kaminari says, charging up electricity. What's your plan, huh? I ask, smirking. How can I win this, I think to myself as Momo creates a huge blanket. A blanket? I ask as most of them get under it with Momo. For this. 2 million volts, Kaminari yells as he releases electricity. My eyes widen before everything goes numb. I black out for a second, but when I open my eyes again, the electricity is surrounding me. I can move, I think to myself as I start walking through. Duh-ha-ha. Kaminari laughs with his thumbs up. The blanket comes off of the rest of the class as I jump over Todoroki's ice and Mina's acid. How are you up? Todoroki asks. I laugh to myself. Honestly, I don't know, I say before Bakugo charges at me. Nerd, he says as he creates an explosion in my face. I grab his neck as he does and squeeze, making him choke. I raise my other fist and punch him in the nose, making him scream. I hear a gasp. Is he gonna be okay? Momo asks while holding her hand over her mouth. He'll be fine, worry about fighting me for now, I say, smirking. And Ochaco, you aren't slick, I say, turning and seeing her charging up one for all. Slick or not, we're still gonna win, she says, running at me. I sigh and dodge her punch. I kick her in the side, making her fly toward the other members of class. Tsu grabs Ochaco using her tongue and throws her back at me. Ochaco is still using one for all. I punch her in the stomach and the impact fractured my arm and makes her fall to the floor completely limp. Ah, damn it, I yell as I hold my arm. I hear a small chuckle and look down to see Ochaco coughing up blood with a smile. Double-edged sword, huh? She says as she struggles to get up. What? I ask, confused. If we come at you fast enough, even if you do hit us, it'll cause your arm to slowly break from the impact of us flying at you and your arm hitting us, she says as she stumbles to her feet. My eyes widen. You got me, I think to myself as I smile. Then come at me, I say, punching her back toward the others. While I do have borderline superhuman strength and my punch can be as powerful as All Might's are, I can't punch that hard as much as All Might could. I can last one of those punches before my arm breaks completely, which is why I always hold back my punches and my kicks. Ochaco clearly figured this out too, since she's not afraid to get hit. Tsu throws Ochaco at me again as Bakugo and Todoroki trail her. I throw a punch at them and my right arm breaks. I flinch and jump back while holding it. I'm gonna lose, I think to myself as I hold back tears. Damn it, I yell as I continue to hold my arm. They charge me and I fall to the ground. If I'm gonna win, I have to do it, I think to myself as I jump as far as I can back before I would go out of bounds and lose. Self-sacrifice, that's what being a hero is about, I think to myself as I run at Bakugo, who's charging me. I crank back my arm and punch him with all I can. It breaks even further and I scream as Bakugo gets sent out of the fighting space along with everyone else, all except one, Ochaco Uraraka. Damn it, that hurt, I think to myself as I fall onto one knee. So you think you won, huh? Ochaco asks as she walks toward me. Think I have to now that it's only you, I say, looking back up and smiling at her. She starts to run at me and I use all the energy I have left to run at her. I have to use another full power punch or I'll lose. I throw the punch and collides with Ochaco's 100% punch. I feel my arm breaking and tears flowing down my face. Damn it, I scream as I push forward, making her fly back. I collapse onto the ground and look over to see her being held up by something. What the hell? I say as a black and pink substance leaves her arms and legs, keep her from going out of bounds. I see terror in her eyes. What's happening? The tendril-like substance wraps around me and throws me out of the playing field. She didn't have control of it, but I did lose the fight. That's not what matters right now, though. I need to save her. Chapter 14, One for All's Potential. Izuku POV. What's going on? I yell at her as she starts crying. Help me, she yells. I see the red strikes of one for all throughout her body. I muster the strength to run at her and jump. Even though both of my arms are broken, it doesn't matter, I need to save her. I latch onto her, and she looks at me. Izuku, get off, I don't want to hurt you even more, she screams while still crying. It's okay, Ochaco, it'll all be alright, I say as I stop time. I jump away from her and flinch with each step I take. I walk to Midnight and touch her shoulder, making her able to see again. Huh? Where are we? She asks, looking around. I used my quirk, now come to Ochaco and put her to sleep, I say before walking back over to her with Midnight. I'm gonna start time, now release your quirk, I say as I start time. Midnight's quirk goes off and I slowly fade to sleep. I hope I did good, please be okay, Ochaco, I think as I go unconscious. No one POV. The tournament was delayed, which the crowd didn't like, but at the same time they got eye candy with the Class 1A versus Izuku Midoriya fight. Izuku and Ochaco were both unconscious and the rest of the class was stunned by the result of the battle, especially with Ochaco's quirk awakening. Wait, so Midoriya really sacrificed his arms to win? Jiro asks, holding back laughter at Kaminari in dumb mode. Yeah, he risked it all even though who won didn't really matter, Todoroki says, looking at his hand. It's honestly commendable that he'd do so much just for a win. Imagine what he'd do if lives were on the line, Ida says, chopping his hands. Shut it, Four Eyes. Bakugo says, walking into the room and kicking the chair out from under Todoroki. Why'd you do that? Ida says, chopping his hands at Bakugo. Because it was funny. Bakugo yells back with a shit-eating grin. Ida sighs. Hickhead, Jiro mumbles. What'd you say, earphones? Bakugo says, looking over at Jiro. Whoa, calm down, Baku bro, Kirishima says, coming up and wrapping his arm around Bakugo's shoulder. Get off me, shitty hair, he says, smacking Kirishima's arm away. TCH, bunch of losers, Bakugo says, walking out of the room. Momo sighs. Why does he have to be so aggressive? She mutters. I know, it's really annoying, Jiro says, rolling her eyes. Goo-ha, dumb, Kaminari says with a thumbs up. Jiro burst out laughing. Izuku POV. My eyes dart open and I sit up. I flinch at the slight pain in my arms. Looks like they didn't fully heal. I get up and Recovery Girl waddles into the room. Midoriya, lay back down, I don't know if you're fully healed, she says, smacking me with her cane. I'm fine, I promise, I say, rubbing the spot she smacked. Well, I need to check, she repeats herself and grabs a needle. Buck that, I think to myself as I stop time and walk out of the room looking for Ochaco. I open a door and see her sleeping peacefully in a hospital bed. I tap her shoulder and shake her a bit, which wakes her up. Huh? She says, sitting up and looking at me. Oh, Izuku, why are we in time-stop mode or whatever you want to call it? She asks while looking around. Recovery Girl didn't want me to leave, so I stopped time, and for her I didn't, I say with a sly smirk. Hick, she mumbles, which makes me frown. Come on, I say, throwing my hands down. She burst out laughing. It's fine, I don't really care. Anyways, I guess you won the sports festival, huh? She says, looking down. Nah, you beat me, I say with a small chuckle. Huh? She asks, looking back up. Your huge whip thing knocked me out of bounds, so technically you won the match, I say with a small sigh. Whoa, she says with her eyes sparkling like she's in a comic book. I scoff and stand up. Oh, and by the way, it's called Black Whip, she says as I turn away from her. Is it another quirk or something? I question. Yeah, I was told by the vestiges of One for All that I'd be unlocking 6 quirks, the 5 THS Black Whip being the first one, she says, standing up and leaning her back on mine. Interesting, how will you unlock the quirks? Do you know what the other quirks are? I ask as my mind starts to fly through possibilities. The only one I'm aware of is Aunt Nana's quirk, Float, she says. Aunt Nana? I ask, raising one of my eyebrows. Nana Shimura, she was the person who passed One for All onto my dad. I call her Aunt Nana because Dad referred to her as his sister. Even though there's no biological connection, it's still nice to call her aunt, she responds as she grabs my hand from behind me. I grip down on her hand, making her giggle. Anyways, now that we know we're both okay, do you want to watch me in that tournament soon? She asks me. Yeah, you better win, I say, smiling. You know I will, she responds before I walk out of the room and start time. Hey, it's Midoriya, I hear Kirishima say as I look over to him. Hey Kirishima, I say as I walk toward him. So what's going on, man? How are you feeling? He asks me, patting my shoulder. I'm feeling fine, I'm bummed out that I lost though, I say, scratching the back of my neck and smiling. Yeah man, I thought you had it when you knocked all of us out of the arena. Uraraka really clutched up, he says, accidentally rubbing salt in the wound. Yeah, it was close, but she deserved it, I say, smiling. Oh hey Midoriya, Momo says, walking out of a waiting room. Hey Momo, I respond. It was a good match we had out there. We almost got you, but you bested most of us, she says, bowing down. No need to be so formal, I say nervously. Okay Midoriya, sorry about that, she responds. I smile and nod. Your plan was good, using the rubber blanket to shield you and most of the class from Kaminari's electricity. Caught me off guard, also when you guys took advantage of numbers and almost caught me again. You did better than I expected and ended up winning in the end, even if it wasn't because of those strategies, I say, smiling. Thank you, Midoriya, Todoroki says, walking out of the room. Yeah, thanks, Midori, Mina says, poking her head out. The rest of the class walks out of the door, and most of them smile at me and say thanks. Damn nerd, we didn't need a strategy to beat you, I could have done it on my own. I stop time, walk over and knock him out. I start time again, and he falls to the ground unconscious. Now that he's out, I'm gonna go to the stands because your matches will start soon. Good luck, guys, I say before waving and walking away. Next is the tournament. Let's see who comes out as the winner. Chapter 15, Tournament Quarter and Semi-Finals. Ochaco POV. A few of our class dropped out of the tournament because they thought they didn't deserve it. I won, so I think I do. Present Mike starts to announce the first match. The first match of the tournament is Momo vs Tokoemi. Present Mike yells. I have a feeling Izuku left the arena once he heard him yell. I hear Momo pumping herself up. You okay? I ask, turning to her. She nods and smiles. Of course I'm gonna win, she says. She didn't. Whilst she had a good plan, Dark Shadow took advantage of his speed and won quickly by sending her out of the playing field. The next match was Todoroki vs Zero, and Todoroki seemed kind of mad after walking back from a random hallway in the stadium. He walked out next to Zero and quickly used a mountain of ice to trap him. Something's up with him, not sure what though. Next was my match. I'm going against Hitoshi Shinso. Kid looks funky. And walking down toward the ramp, and Ojiro stops me. Uraraka, don't talk to him, his chew. He gets cut off by Present Mike. Gio, go go, he yells. I look over to the Shinso guy and he smirks. Seems like your buddy didn't get to talk, huh? He says with a smug look. Clearly, I say, rolling my eyes before my mind goes blank. What the hell? I think to myself as the vestiges of one for all surround me. He baited you, kid, Nana Shimuri, Dad Sensei says with a sly smirk. Yeah, you gotta be more careful, the fifth says. I roll my eyes. We're gonna bring you back out, but don't mess up again, Nana says before one for all activates in my finger and sends smoke around the fighting field. Ochaco Uraraka has broken out of her trance, Present Mike screams over the loudspeaker. I smirk at Shinso, who has a shocked expression on his face. You, he growls, running toward me. You're so lucky you have a good damn quirk, he yells enraged. He's right, I'm lucky that Dad gave me his quirk, but that doesn't mean I didn't work my ass off to earn it, I think to myself as I charge up 15% full cowl and clothesline him to the ground. He coughs up blood and I throw him out of the arena. I may be lucky, but if you think I had the easy way out, then try your best to get that stick out of your ass, I say before walking away. As I walk into the hallway toward the spectator rooms, Izuku appears in front of me. Hey beautiful, he says with a smirk. I blush a bit and look down. Good job in your match. Who are you going against next? He asks as he grits his teeth on a lollipop stick. Todoroki, I believe, I respond, jumping from tile to tile on the floor. Strong opponent, how are you feeling about it? He asks me as he opens the door. Fine, I'm determined to win, I say as Bakugo walks up to us. Damn nerd, I hear him mutter before he looks to me. Round face, I wanna fight you, he says to me before Izuku scoffs and starts to speak. Like you would beat her, you can't even beat my Netta, Izuku says, laughing. Bakugo doesn't break eye contact with me. Shut it, nerd, I'm serious. Beat Icy Hot and we'll fight, that's all I care about, he says before pushing Izuku's shoulder and walking out of the room. I wanna beat his ass so bad, Izuku says before tossing the lollipop handle into the garbage. Nice shot, man, Kirishima says from across the room. Thanks. Anyways, what's your plan for Icy Hot? Izuku asks me. I shrug. I'll just outpace him, I guess, I say before Izuku nods and disappears. I giggle and sit down waiting for my next match. Izuku POV. I sigh and watch Bakugo beat up Kirishima, no surprise there. Now is Ochaco vs Todoroki, sounds like fun. I really want her to win, it'll help her confidence, not that she needs the help with it, but it'd be nice. I watch as Ochaco walks onto the field. She looks at me and smirks. I put up a toothy grin in response, even though I didn't realize it until I noticed the rest of the class staring at me besides Bakugo. I quickly go back to a blank face and watch as Ochaco starts to charge Todoroki. I need to get back to being cold sooner than later, or they'll think I'm weak just like in middle school. Ochaco POV. Uraraka, don't make this harder than it has to be, Todoroki says to me while his left side gets colder and colder. I smirk at him. Sorry Todoroki, but I don't plan to lose to you, I respond before sprinting at him with one for all. His face changes expressions. I can tell he's annoyed. He sends ice at me, but I quickly dodge and flick 15% at him. He blocks it with ice forming behind him. I grit my teeth. Why aren't you using your fire? I ask as I charge one for all to 70%. I won't use that bastard's powers. I'll be a hero with my mother's powers instead, he yells back as ice forms around his left side, completely covering his red portion of hair. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize your left side is just your father. I was here thinking you were your own person, I say sarcastically. It's your quirk, Todoroki, just use it, I yell at him while getting irritated. The ice on his left side slowly starts to melt, and a devilish grin appears on his face. Fine, but don't blame me for what happens next, he says before a huge ice shard starts to form in front of me and fire flows at it. I smirk and charge up 100% of one for all before jumping at him. I feel a slight strain, but not enough to take me out of the fight. I punch through the ice and it sends a huge shockwave through the stadium. The fire burns part of my suit off, but only around my sleeves. I fall to the ground and land on my feet. I stumble onto one knee and look over to Todoroki to see him against the stadium's wall right near the audience, who is cheering louder than all of the other events. I look down and see I'm in the boundary line and that Todoroki is not. I won and Todoroki is using his fire. This was a fun fight, but next is Bakugo. I walk over to Todoroki, who is breathing heavily with his eyes closed. Hey, I say, making him open his eyes and look at me. What is it? He responds as he tries to move. Use your fire. You've put up the best fight against me with it besides Izuku. Next time you might even beat me, I say with a giggle. I see the smallest smile appear on his face before he closes his eyes and loses consciousness. Izuku appears and grabs Todoroki before disappearing again. I guess he didn't even want to say hi. Next is the finals, and I'm gonna win this. Chapter 16. Final Battle and New Vestige. Ochaco POV. Hey round face, Bakugo yells as he follows me toward the field. Yes, Bakugo? I ask, turning to him, trying not to burst in anger at him. Round face, don't hold back or I'll kill you, Bakugo says as he walks past me onto the fighting area. I smile. Like I'd ever hold back on you, I say as I follow him out. Time for the final fight of this year's UA Sports Festival, President Mike yells over the loudspeaker. I grin at Bakugo, who is adjusting his gauntlets. Geo go go, Mike yells. I charge one for all to 20% and wait for him to make the first move. Of course, he blasts himself toward me with a shit-eating grin. I stomp my foot on the ground, sending debris flying around me. He sends an explosion at it, but I jump off of one of the rocks and propel myself up. The smoke clears and I fly down toward him. He looks up and prepares an explosion. I flick 15% one for all to fly to the side of aiding his explosion. I flick down into him, smashing my body against his, which sends him down to the floor. Damn it, I hear him yell as I look up and see a huge explosion that would have landed me in the hospital. I land on the ground and see him holding his arm, his gauntlet on the floor broken. He really is determined, how I think to myself as I charge one for all to 50% and flick at him. He stumbles back and I hear him growl under his breath. Bastard, he yells before charging at me again. It catches me off guard and he hits me away. I stay in bounds, of course, though. I keep one for all charged and jump at him. He jumps back and he uses his explosion to avoid my punch. All of a sudden the whip from earlier wraps around his hand and shields me from the explosion he lets off. What the buck? He yells as I grab onto Black Whip and throw him to the ground. I hear him screech in pain and I fall down toward him. You asked for my best, then here you go. I yell, charging 100% one for all in my legs and kicking him in the chest. The area around us turns to rubble as the floor shakes. I hear him coughing. I easily broke his ribs, what have I done? Izuku POV. I watch closely as Ochaco smashes her foot into Bakugo's chest. The arena fills with smoke and the crowd goes silent. The blood-curdling scream of Bakugo is all that's heard throughout the stadium. Once the smoke clears, Ochaco is standing next to him, and he's on the floor with blood dripping down his mouth. He's quickly brought inside where he can go to Recovery Girl, and Ochaco is still stood in the middle of the field. I stop time and go over to her. I tap her shoulder and she looks at me. Hey, I mumble to her. She ignores me and I see tears fall down her face. What have I done? She says as she turns to me with a starstruck face. You won, I say with a sympathetic smile. I almost killed him though, she says looking at her hand. He'll be fine, remember it's Bakugo we're talking about. I respond, grabbing her hand and chuckling. She nods. Yeah, he'll be fine, she says before I start time. Young Uraraka, Almight says, running over. You shouldn't have hit him that hard, you almost killed him, he continues. I'm sorry, Dad, she responds. All Might's angered face turns to a sympathetic frown. He brings her into a hug and she weeps. It's okay, Ochaco. I know you didn't mean to do that much damage, he says, rubbing the back of her head. Mom, she mumbles. Everyone's watching, I say as I look at the crowd. Shit, I hear All Might say before I stop time and touch their shoulders. Probably should go into the back, I say with a small chuckle. Hey, yeah, Ochaco says, pulling out of All Might's hug. Sorry about that, Ochaco. I didn't think about the crowd, All Might says, messing with Ochaco's hair. It's fine, Dad, I needed a hug anyways, she says. Ouch, I should have hugged her, shouldn't I think to myself as I sigh. Anyways, let's go, I say before All Might stops me. Ochaco fell asleep, he says as he cradles her in his arms. Oh, I respond as I swipe a strand of hair out of her face. I'll keep time stopped so she can sleep, so when the awards ceremony comes around she'll be awake and hopefully emotionally stable, I say as I watch her nose move along with her breathing. Yeah, that's a good idea, All Might responds, laying her daughter onto a hospital bed in the stadium. Well, now what? I say, toying with my hero costume's zipper. Well, I want to talk to you about your abilities. What else can you do? He asks me. Oh, let me tell you about it, I say, smiling, going back into my fandom mode. Go on, he says with a smirk. I smile and start to talk. Ochaco POV. Ninth, you're back, Nana says, walking up to me. Hey, I say before putting my hand on my mouth, realizing I can talk now. Yeah, you have a mouth now, Nana says with a small smile. I smile. So you passed one for all to someone? The fifth asks. I look at him with a concerned face. What? I ask, tilting my head a bit. There's another one, the fifth says, pointing over to another person. The person is facing the wall. He looks around 5'10" to 5'11" and has green fluffy hair. My eyes widen. Is this Izuku? Chapter 17, Izuku's Vestige. Ochaco POV. What's his quirk? I ask the other vestiges. We don't know, he hasn't mentioned anything or said anything. If he has one for all currently, then he hasn't accessed this realm, Nana says quietly. He looks like my boyfriend, I say, turning back to the others. Did you transfer one for all to him? He fifth asks, putting his hand to his chin. No, I never transferred it, I respond, looking at my hand. Then how is he here? Nana says, confused. Weird, I say as I stare at the figure. Izuku POV. I feel a small tingle in my stomach. What was that? Maybe I'm just hungry, I think to myself. So what else can you do? All Might asks as he sits down next to Ochaco. Well, my strength has been getting better, My punches can now cause shockwaves, but only when it really reminds me of one for. My sentence gets cut off as Ochaco wakes up shooting up from her bed. Oh, morning, Ochaco, Almight says with a laugh. Morning, Dad, she responds as she keeps her eyes trained on me. Hey, Ochaco, how are you feeling? I ask. I'm fine, by the way. Your quirk is time stopping, right? She asks me. Yeah, why? I ask, confused. Nothing, she responds in a clearly lying tone. Okay, I respond before pulling her into a hug. I'd kiss her, but her father is right next to us. Well, I should start time again, I say as I slowly start to get tired. They nod and I start time. Thank you for that, Izuku, Ochaco says as she holds my hand. I chuckle and nod. No problem, I say, gripping onto her hand. Okay, lovers, let's go to the award ceremony, Almight says, opening the door and walking away. Ochaco giggles. I look to her and smile. Oh, by the way, I want to talk to you later, okay? She asks me, gripping down on my hand harder. Yes, sure, I respond nervously. What does she want to talk about? I think to myself as we walk to the stadium's main field where the ceremony is being held. Narrator POV. That night, all of the Class 1A Udata students had a party at the Kaminari residence to celebrate the finish of the sports festival. Almost everyone showed up except for one Katsuki Bakugo, who was at home training his quirk. The party was filled with a way too much food, because Kaminari is irresponsible with his money, or should I say his parents' money. Izuku POV. I take a drink of lemonade, but it tastes really sour. I cough a bit, then hand it to Ochaco. Try this, I want to know if it's just me because that tastes weird, I say, coughing. She tries it and coughs too. Ew, she says before chugging the rest. Why'd you chug it if you don't like it? I ask, confused. It's not that bad, she says, going and filling another cup with it. Here, chug it, she says as she hands me the cup. Okay, why not? I say before chugging it. 8 cups each, and we were both wasted on the couch. The next morning we woke up after God knows what happened. Ochaco and I were hanging out on Kaminari's couch, both of us on our phones. She was leaning on my chest while I had my arm around her shoulder. Wasn't there something you wanted to talk about last night? I ask as the end of the festival comes to mind. Yeah, there was, Ochaco responds as she puts her phone in her pocket. Well, why don't we go find a room to talk in then? I ask, not questioning what that could be interpreted as. She blushes a bright pink and nods before getting up and holding my hand while running up the stairs. She finds a room and knocks. Once no one answers, she bursts in and locks the door behind us. What was it? I ask after her urgent actions to get into the room. I think I saw you inside of One for All, she says, holding my shoulders. Inside of One for All? I ask, concerned. Yes, I saw a person who looks like you. The others said he hadn't been there long. Did I accidentally transfer One for All to you? She asks me in a scared voice. No, you never did, I respond, trying to calm her down. Well, I need to check something, she says before I see her raise her fist. Wait, wah, I get cut off and everything goes black. I wake up in a weird place. It looks like a wall, but I hear voices behind me. I look down and see I don't have a mouth. I turn around and everyone looks at me. You're awake, a woman says as she runs over to me. So Kid really does have One for All, huh? A bigger-sized man says as he uses what looks like Ochaco's black whip but green to propel himself over to us. I see 6 others looking at me. One of them looks like Almight. I also see Ochaco as she starts to wake up. She runs over to us and her eyes widen. You have One for All, Ochaco mutters before the woman yells. What? Wait, so this kid is your boyfriend? The man asks as he looks me in the eyes. Ochaco, what's happening? I ask, terrified. You have One for All, she repeats. But how? I ask, confused. That's what I'm wondering, I didn't even give it to you, she says, holding her head. Wait, how do you have a mouth? She yells at me. I notice I have a mouth again and scream. How do I have a mouth? I basically mimic her. Well, this is really weird, the man says, intervening. Yeah, we get it. Fifth, it's weird, Ochaco says, annoyed. Calm down, Ochaco, the taller woman says, patting her head. Okay, she says, breathing in. Let's calm down, she says, breathing out. You're the only one not calm, I say, instantly regretting my decision. Izuku, shut up or I'll castrate you, she says in a dead serious tone. My eyes widen and I put my hands over my crotch. Please don't, I mutter as Nana starts laughing. Anyways, we have to talk to Dad about this. If you have one for all, then I can't, right? Chapter 18, Real Quirk. Izuku POV. So young Midoriya can access the one for all realm you recently discovered? Almight asks Ochaco as I stand behind her. Yes, and it's weird, I never transferred one for all to Izuku, so how can he access it? She frantically asks. I don't know, remember Ochaco, I never experienced the one for all realm. You know, he says with his hand on his chin. Yes, sorry, Ochaco responds lightly. Can't I try and transfer one for all back to you? I ask, making them both look at me. No? I ask as they stare at me. That's a great idea, young Midoriya, try it. Almight yells, briefly going into his muscle form. I look at Ochaco, and then back at Almight. How do I try it? I say, making Ochaco laugh. I need to have some of your DNA inside of me, she says, making my eyes dart back to her. I feel a blush creeping onto my face, and she smacks me on the head. Not like that, you pervert, she says with a small blush. I'm right here, you know, Almight says, making me blush even more. I used a piece of my hair and gave it to Ochaco, you should do the same, Almight says, mimicking the motion of ripping out his hair. Ouch, I say before pricking out a strand of hair. Now say, eat this, Almight says, once again changing into buff might. Eat this, I yell, handing the hair to Ochaco. She sighs and eats it. Now give it a few hours and we'll see what She gets cut off by a weird aura surrounding both of us. What the hell? Almight asks, standing up. The aura disappears and we both look at Almight. What just happened? I ask Almight. One for all, I saw it go back into you, young Midoriya, Almight says. Wait, but it lets you give it back to a previous user? Why didn't it let me have it back? Ochaco asks, confused. It's because you still have it, young Midoriya must have a copy of one for all, Almight says before Ochaco looks at me surprised. How do we know that it just won't send it back to me? Ochaco asks, looking back at Almight. Remember the first time I gave you one for all, you weren't ready, so you gave it back to me. It worked then, but I don't think if you already had one for all that it would transfer back. Maybe it's the fact that young Midoriya can stop time, that he has an older version or a future version that's more stockpiled than yours, Almight says to the both of us. That's a lot to comprehend, I say, leaning back into a chair. So he has my quirk? Ochaco asks Almight. Yeah, he does, Almight confirms. Wow, I mutter as I stand up. This is crazy, Ochaco says as we both walk out of the room. Yeah, I respond, still awestruck. We have to get to school, don't we? Ochaco says, looking at her phone. Yeah, I say before we both run to school. On our way, we discuss her teaching me full cowling and how to handle the repercussions of one for all's power. Once we arrive, we go to class. There Aizawa is discussing something. Midoriya and Uraraka, care to explain where you were? Aizawa says before I stop time and sprint back to Almight. I tap his shoulder and he looks around confused. Why are you here, young Midoriya? He asks me. Can you write a note to Aizawa why we're late? I ask with a small nervous grin. He laughs and nods. Once I run back to the classroom and start time and have the note in my hand. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa, I have a note here explaining why, I say, handing him the note. He scowls at me and Ochaco and I sit down. School was boring besides finding out about hero internships. I'm probably gonna go back to Gran Torino. We also got to choose hero names. Uraraka went with Uravity and I went with Deku. I chose that name because it's what Bakugo called me, representing useless. But I know it doesn't mean that. Also, Ochaco said it would be a catchy nickname. Once school was over, we went home. We decided to go into my room and hang out for a bit while my mom was out shopping. So wanna train one for all soon? Ochaco asks as she puts down her phone. Sure, with my strength I could probably handle 100%. I say with a small laugh. Yeah, but you still won't be used to being able to send a huge shockwave with just the flick of a finger, she says in a sassy tone. I smirk. I guess you're right. I get up and we practice me activating full cowling. After a while I get tired and fall onto my bed. I look over and see Ochaco with the stripes of one for all around her body. Izuku one for all won't deactivate, she says to me. Suddenly I pass out and wake up in the one for all realm. Shortly after, Ochaco appears too. We brought you here to discuss something, Nana says, walking to the both of us. Izuku Midoriya, you do in fact have a copy of One for All. How that is we don't know, but we know you both posse's One for All, she says as the fifth user walks up. We also found out your true quirk. Izuku Midoriya, the fifth says. True quirk? I ask, confused. Yes, time stopping isn't even close to the end of your abilities. Your quirk is capable of far more, the fifth says. What is it? Ochaco asks, butting in. Well, I had to make this name up on my own, but I will call it All to One. It's cheesy, but it's changed later. DW. Chapter 19, Dr. Drama. Izuku POV. All to One? I ask, raising an eyebrow. What we've seen is that your body contains every single quirk in the world. Why you haven't been able to access these is beyond our comprehension, though. Once you do unlock the ability to use these quirks, it will most likely be chosen which you use, just like a normal quirk, Nana says in a low voice. Every quirk? I say, my eyes widening. Even body-altering ones? Ochaco asks. Well, those I'm pretty sure would have came into effect by now, so I'd assume he had capability to change into, say, a frog, but he can't do it unless he wants to, Nana says. So I have every quirk? I say, confused. Is that why he has One for All? Ochaco asks Nana. Yeah, that is why, Nana responds, looking back up at us. Wow, I mutter in disbelief. Every single quirk. So Izuku gonna have all the quirks, right? Does that mean all for one? Ochaco asks before I wake up in the real world to a knock on my door. I walk over and open it to see Mom with a plate in her hands. Hey Izuku, I brought dinner if you want to eat in here with your little girlfriend, she says, teasing me. I blush and smile. Thanks, Mom, I appreciate it, I say before she closes the door, and I go back to Ochaco. She brought us waffles, nice. I walk over and eat my portion of waffles and wait for Ochaco to wake up. I assume she's in the vestiges realm still. Ochaco POV. Izuku must have waken up, I say to the vestiges. Yeah, he probably did. Maybe his connection to the quirk isn't as good as yours, Nana says to me. That is possible, you have used the quirk a lot more, the fifth says to me. I nod. Maybe, although hasn't he technically had One for All since his quirk would have first awakened? I ask, confused. Yes, he has essentially, but he never had access to his quirk until now. Even still, something won't let him activate all of the quirks. I just don't know what, Nana says. Maybe we should have him go back to the doctor he found out he was quirkless at. Maybe he made a mistake? I ask, looking over at the fifth, who looks like he's got something to say. It could have not been a mistake. What if the doctor knew his quirk was too powerful and decided it'd be best if he didn't know? The fifth says, making my eyes widen. He needs to see that doctor, I say before I leave the One for All realm. I see him next to me on his phone. Next to me is a full plate of waffles. Waffles? I say out loud. Yeah, breakfast for dinner, he says with a grin. I smile a bit and nod. Sounds good, I say, picking up the fork and eating. Oh, by the way, we need to go see the doctor that diagnosed you quirkless when you were a kid, I say after swallowing the waffle. Why's that? He asks, putting down his phone. Well, your quirk all-in-one is really powerful and I wanted to see if it had randomly developed, that's why you can't use it all, or if the doctor messed with it to stop you from having such a powerful quirk. I say, putting down my fork. That would make sense, yeah, let's go. He says, getting up and getting his shoes on. Let me finish eating at least, I say before stuffing my face with the rest of the waffles. Izuku POV. After she finishes her waffles, we walk out of the house. Mom, I'm going to the doctor's, I yell while walking out with Ochaco's hand in mine. Okay, be safe, she yells back before the door closes. We walk away and to the doctor's office. Inside, I ask for the doctor's name. Yes, is Dr. Tsubasa here? I ask, putting my hands on the front desk. No, he doesn't work here anymore, I'm sorry. He works in an office over in Hosa City if you'd like me to call an appointment for you, the woman says, typing on her computer. No thank you, but could I have the address to that doctor's office? I ask before taking out my phone. Of course, she says before reading out the address. Once I have it saved in my phone, Ochaco, and I go back home. I get a call and it's from Gran Torino. Hello? I say as I answer the phone. Hey kid, I know you're gonna come to my place in Hosa to train for the internships, correct? He asks me. Yeah, that was the plan, I respond. Well, I found out you and Tashinori's kid are pretty close, so if you want to bring her along to train as well, that could be arranged, he says. That'd be great, Ochaco says, making me drop my phone. Alright, well that's all, see you guys soon, he says before hanging up. God damn it, my phone's broken, I say, giving Ochaco a dirty look. She nervously chuckles. Sorry about that, she says nervously. I get a text and try and read it through my cracked phone. It's his address, good thing I can actually read it, I say, glaring back at Ochaco. She laughs again and we walk inside. Hey Mom, I say, seeing her on the couch with a small cat. A cat? Ochaco says, running up to her and grabbing the cat. AW, you're so cute, she says, hugging the cat. Where'd you get the cat? I ask Mom as she watches Ochaco. I found it outside of the apartments, and when no one else knew whose it was, I took it. Of course, I put up missing signs in the apartment complex, she says, petting the cat who's still in Ochaco's arms. So no, we have a cat? I ask hopefully. Yup, she responds as I start to smile more. Yay, Ochaco says as she runs into my room with the cat. She seems to like the cat, huh? Mom says with a laugh. Yeah, don't worry, you'll have time with the cat when we're at school, I say, smiling. She puts a hand on my shoulder. I'm proud of you, Izuku, she says to me. Huh? I say, looking back to her. I mean it, you've come so far and you still have so much time to improve, she says, hugging me. I smile and tear up a bit. Thank you, Mom, I say as a few tears flow down my face. I didn't know it at the time, but those were the words I needed to hear for so long. From this point on, I was more honest with myself. I stopped pretending to be cold, I stopped being Bakugo 2.0, or Liar Zuku, and I started acting like who I really am. Yes, that includes the Almight fanboy. I would love to say that this lasted long and that I was happy, but darkness was soon to rise. Chapter 20, Manipulating the Manipulator. Izuku POV. It's the first day of the internships and Ochaco and I are on a train to Hosa City. Are you excited? She asks me as she sways her feet up and down. Yeah, I haven't seen Gran Torino in a while, so it'll be cool, I say with a smile. Yeah, I haven't seen him since right before I go. I cut her off by putting my hand over her mouth. We're in public, I say, holding one of my fingers to my mouth. She blushes and nods. But yeah, it's been a while, she says, nervously laughing. It'll be fun, since we're both stronger than him, she says with a grin. I snort. That doesn't mean it'll be easy, I say, putting my hand on hers. Yeah, I guess, she says, smiling at me. Once we arrive at Gran Torino's apartment, we walk in and see him on the floor with ketchup surrounding him. If we weren't aware of his antics, we would have probably thought my thoughts get cut off by Ochaco. Oh my god, is he dead? She screams, running up to him. I snort and start to laugh. Izuku, this I sent funny yes dead. She screams at me. I walk over and pull his cape up a bit, revealing ketchup under it. He's either messing with us or he fell asleep, I say, throwing the ketchup bottle in the trash. It was the latter, Gran Torino says, getting up and brushing off the ketchup. Thank God you aren't dead, Ochaco says, hugging him. A young Ochaco, I haven't seen you in so long, he says, hugging her back. And Izuku, it's good that you knew I wasn't dead. You clearly learned something from all our Udata training, he says, walking to me and reaching out a hand. I shake his hand and smile. Yeah, Gran Torino, I've used our training to my advantage, I say before feeling him squeeze my hand. He throws me into the wall behind us, and I land on my head with my legs against the wall like when he was kicked into the wall in the anime. Yet you still don't have the best reaction time, he says with a laugh. Ochaco laughs at me before I feel her body smash against mine on the wall. Don't think I'm giving you any slack either, Ochaco. You are less experienced with my training, so it's gonna be harder for you, Gran Torino says with a smirk. Ah wow. I hear Ochaco mumble as she falls off of me. Anyways, let's get to work, Gran Torino says as he cleans up the ketchup off of the floor. Okay, Ochaco and I say in unison. Izuku POV. After a day of training, I have already gotten used to using one for all full calling at 30%. The only reason I haven't tried 100% is because stacked onto my normal strength I'd spontaneously explode. So do you want to go to the doctor you wanted to see? Ochaco asks me, taking off her sweatshirt. Yes, sure, I do want to talk to him, I say, taking off my sweatshirt. I can't believe Torino forced us to wear these so we'd sweat more, she says, sighing. I laugh and nod. I was surprised when he made me do it last year, I say, throwing the sweatshirt into the hamper. She mimics me and then we walk to Gran Torino. Uncle Torino, Izuku and I are gonna go out for a little while, Ochaco says as she opens the door. Okay, make sure to use protection, he yells to us. I immediately blush and Ochaco laughs. Okay, we will, Ochaco says, making me back up from her. She grins at me, trying to hide her own blush. Come on, let's go, I say, smiling and blushing while walking out of the house. We walk into the city and find the doctor's office. Hello, I'd like to speak to Dr. Tsubasa, please, I ask the man at the desk. All right, let me see if he's in right now, he says. I nod and look over to where the doctors walk out. There I see him, the doctor I'm looking for. I walk after him and Ochaco follows me. Sir, can we speak? I say to him as I jump in front of him. His eyes widen and he smirks. Midoriya, it's been so long, he says to me. Yeah, and I have a quirk even though you said I wouldn't, I say to myself. He looks surprised at this. We should talk at my home, he says. Alone, he says, looking at Ochaco. I'm sorry, but no, I have to be with him, he's my boyfriend, Ochaco says, gripping onto my hand. Fine, the doctor says in an irritated tone. We follow him to his home and he brings us inside. So Midoriya, what quirk have you discovered? He asks in a voice like he knows what I'm gonna say. Well, I can stop time, I say, nervously laughing. He flinches, but I pretend not to notice. That's amazing, Midoriya, but how didn't I pick this up when I diagnosed you as quirkless? He asks himself while messing with his mustache. That's what I'm wondering, I say, rubbing the back of my head. Can you explain what your quirk does, like the drawbacks and such things? He asks me, taking out a notebook. Well, I stop time and I can walk around. If I touch someone's shoulder, then it'll make them able to move around too, I say. He starts to write. And is there any time limit on how long you can last in this state? He asks me. Well, my limit now is 4 hours, but I'm improving daily, I say, tapping my knees and looking at Ochaco, who looks worried. But I have a precaution prepared for when I need more time, so no one can catch me off guard, I lie to him. He nods and writes it down. Is that all? He asks me. I nod and smile. That's it, Doc. I say. Okay, well, I'll talk to some doctors about powerful quirks coming during later life, he says, putting his notebook on his desk. I stop time and look at his notebook. The boy got all to one. We must steal his quirk as soon as possible, maybe at the Nomu attacks this week. I read. My eyes widen and I smile. I take out my phone and take a picture. I smirk and go back to where I was. I start time again and continue to smile. Thank you, Dr. Shigaraki, I say, smiling. His face falls and his eyes widen. I stop time and start time for Ochaco. I just played him like a fiddle, I say before she laughs. He was lying straight through his teeth. We just have to find out who he's working for, she says, smiling. I know, but let's be real, we know who he's working for, I say while we leave the building and head to where Gran Torino is. Yeah, luckily we should be able to beat him, right? She asks in a hopeful tone. I nod. Of course, and remember, even if we do lose, in my last bits of energy I'll stop time and I'll spend all my energy with you because I'd stop time forever if it means I get to see your beautiful face, I say, surprising myself. I meant every word but damn bold. She blushes and smiles. I love you, she says before pulling me into a kiss. I love you too. After we finished our little romance session, we went back to Gran Torino's place. I showed him the picture of his notes, and he praised me. Okay, so, I will let the heroes know to be ready. For now we will go to bed and get back to training tomorrow, Gran Torino says. Yes, sir, Ochaco and I say in unison. Ochaco and I go into the room to sleep in. There's one bed, so tonight is gonna be the first night we sleep together. Cuddles are nice. Chapter 21, Battle of Hosa City. Izuku POV. Ochaco and I are on patrol. Since the day at the doctor's house we have only been told to patrol. The heroes have a plan to counter but also have backup around the country. The doctor could have seen through my plans, so we are on guard. While walking down the street I see a young girl run out of an alleyway. Ochaco and I look at each other before jumping onto a rooftop and chasing her. I jump down in front of her and see tears in her eyes. I see scars on her arms and feet. I see a man in a mask walk up behind her and sorry, my daughter got away, he says, reaching for the girl's hand. The girl tries to smack it away and runs to me. She hugs me and cries into my chest. Is she okay? I ask, hoping I'm jumping to conclusions. Of course she is, she just tripped and fell, that's all, the man says as he grabs the girl's arm and pulls her out of my grasp. Well, I'd like to bring her into a hospital to get treated if that's okay, I say as I push the man's arm off of the girl. He growls a bit and pushes me away. Give me my daughter, he says angrily. He grabs the girl and runs away. As this happens, I hear a voice in the back of my head. Good luck, it says in a low tone. I hear an explosion and look over to see a tower falling. My eyes widen and Ochaco starts to run after the little girl. Ochaco, what are you doing? I yell to her. I'm not letting a little girl get hurt, she says, still chasing him. Damn it, I yell as I turn away from her and run toward the falling building. I see a woman falling from the middle of the building and I stop time. I grab her and lie her down on a building across the city. I activate One for All and go as fast as I can back to the falling building. Time to be a hero, I say as I jump into the building. Ochaco POV. The man stops running and I look around confused. I see a falling leaf not moving. My eyes widen. Time stopping, did I unlock it? I think to myself as I grab the young girl and run away toward Gran Torino's house. As I run, time starts again. I look behind me and see the man staring at me with murderous eyes. Shit! I mumble as the girl cries in my arms. I activate 100% One for All and my sleeves rip off. I run as fast as possible away, but something stabs me through the back and through my chest, barely missing the girl. I cough up blood as my eyes widen. Naive hero, I told you to give my daughter back, he says, kicking me to the ground. I look at my stomach and see a tendril type of object. I cough a bit before collapsing to the ground, people still running over me and away from the building. Izuku POV. I feel one for all shut down, and I fall to the ground unconscious. Before I do, I see All Might in his skinny form walk up to me. What is happening to One for All? He says before falling next to me. I wake up in the One for All realm and see everyone there, including All Might, who is looking around. Ochaco is on the floor impaled, my eyes widen. The ninth is in bad shape, Nana says, walking next to me. What the hell happened? I say, tears threatening to leave my eyes. She was trying to save that girl and she got away until the man used his quirk to impale her, Nana says before I feel something in my stomach start to bother me. It's time to go back. Oh, Ochaco is unlocking your quirk and will be receiving all to one at some point too, she says before she starts to fade away. You're gonna drop that bombshell and then dip? I say before she disappears. I wake back up in the real world and see a faceless figure walking in front of me with a huge smile on his face. I see you discovered the quirk, huh? He says to me, gripping onto my head. I'll be taking that though, he says before a hand lands on his. Move a muscle and I'll kill you, the voice whose Ochaco says as she grips onto All for One's head. Bastard, All for One says before All Might gets up and punches him away. My head starts to throb and I hold it. It feels like a massive warning. Could this be some sort of sixth sense to sense danger? Danger sense? I look up and see Shigaraki with a shit-eating grin on top of a building. Why isn't he attacking? I think to myself as I turn back to All for One and stop time. I punch him as much as I can muster because I'm still groggy. I start time again and a hole appears in his stomach. He coughs up blood but his stomach quickly regenerates. Thought that would kill me? He says, smiling. I feel my stomach tingle more and my hands start to shake. Izuku, are you okay? Ochaco says as she falls into one knee because of the tendril in her stomach. Ochaco POV. Izuku's body starts to emit an energy, but it's not one for all. His eyes turn black and the ground starts to shake. Smoke fills the area after I hear the building fully fall down behind us. Dad jumps next to me and hugs me to protect me. Izuku, I mutter before I pass out. Izuku POV. What's happening to me? I feel myself start to float, my body feels amazing. I hold out my hand and hold it to the sky. I have no clue what I'm doing but my hand is moving on its own. I hear thunder above me and my eyes widen. Lightning strike quirk? I think to myself as a huge blue strike of lightning strikes down where All for One is. Holy shit. I hear All Might yell as I swipe my hand to the left using One for All to clear the smoke. There's a huge mark from the lightning on the road and All for One is standing on it. A lightning strike quirk? He says with a snicker. All that and you'll still never beat me, he says as his arm transforms into pure muscle. I growl under my breath and hope All to One is fully unlocked. All for One will die if he moves, I think to myself as I recall the number one hero from America's Quirk. I know she needs a real name but AFO doesn't have a canon name. All for One takes a step forward toward me and freezes. He starts to choke and fall to the ground. All for One cannot use his quirk, I think again as All for One chokes. I float down to him and hold my arm to his head. Take his quirk, I think to myself. My arm starts to shake as I retrieve All for One. After the process ends, I fall onto my back. I pass out. Ochaco POV. After witnessing All for One being killed, my eyes widen. He did it, I think, as I get up and walk over to him. I lay next to him and snuggle my head up to his neck, burying myself in it. I'm proud of you, Izuku. Chapter 22, Won't Let Go. Izuku POV. So I unlocked the full potential of All to One? I ask, confused as I'm talking to Nana. Not all of it, but you have most of the quirks. As time goes on you will probably receive more of them, she responds before Ochaco's vestige starts to move. Ochaco? I say as she walks up to me. Hey, she says, smiling. Oh my god, are you okay? I say, looking at her chest, which doesn't have a wound. Nope, but I assume I'll get better. Maybe Recovery Girl will heal me, she says, laughing. I smile at her and turn to Almight. You really did it, he says to me. Yeah, I knew I would, I say, smiling. But I couldn't have done it without her, I say, looking to Ochaco. She blushes. Anyways, you guys should get going, especially you, Ochaco. Once you heal, you have to train to unlock every quirk in existence, Nana says, laughing. I'm actually getting all to one, she says, surprised. Yup, Nana responds. Well then, yeah, let's go, I say as they all start to slowly disappear. I wake up in a hospital bed and look around to see Ochaco smiling at me. Hey, she says to me as her smile widens. I stand up from my bed and disconnect the wires and shit connected to me. I shouldn't have, but I did anyways. I walk up to her and put my hand on hers. Hi, I say, a little giddy. I really did best all for one in a fight, but something still doesn't feel right. Why was Shigaraki watching and not fighting? You think we are allowed go home? Ochaco asks me, breaking me out of my daydream. Well, let's hope so, because I'm out of here, I say, stopping time and touching her shoulder. Come on, I say, turning and walking away. She follows me and we go to Gran Torino's house. I start time again and walk in. Gran Torino is on his couch slumped, and Almight is on the other couch watching TV. Hey Dad, Ochaco says, running up to Almight and hugging him. Ochaco, you're okay, Almight says, hugging her back. I look at Gran Torino, and he smirks at me. Hey there, hero, Torino says, getting up and walking to me. Gran Torino, hey, I say, scratching the back of my neck. Just as awkward as ever, kid, good to see the real you again, he says, patting me on the shoulder. I smile and look at Almight. Good job, guys, I'm proud of the both of you, he says, standing up. Thank you, Almight, I say, shaking his hand. Ochaco pushes me onto the couch in a hug. We did it, she says with an excited squeal. I laugh to myself and wrap my arms around her waist. Good job, Ochaco, I say, burying my face in her shoulder. We stay there embracing until Gran Torino speaks up. Anyways, I assume you guys will be out of school for a while, he says as Ochaco and I pull away from each other. Probably. I don't see why we would have school right after a city tragedy, I respond, standing up and stretching. We can't though, Ochaco says, standing behind me. Why not? I ask, turning to her. I have to save that girl. I put it off because of all for one, but that man who took her, he needs to be arrested, she says with tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, I say, putting my head down. We'll save her, Ochaco, don't worry, Almight says, walking over to her. When, Dad? The longer we wait, the more she gets hurt, she says, burying her head into his chest. I'll arrange with Aizawa for a mission. Izuku, can you find out where the girl is with one of your quirks? Almight asks, looking over to me. I don't think so. I haven't found out how to use a lot of quirks. For now I just have one for all and the other quirks inside of it, time stopping, new order and all for one. At least those are what I have fully identified. That lightning strike move I pulled off before is a mystery to me. My body guided itself, I guess, I say, shrugging. That's fine, I'll get help, he responds, turning into Buff Might and walking toward the door. How do you know about New Order, by the way? Did you meet America's #1 hero? Almight asks me as he turns back toward us. I mean, yeah, who do you think caught me being a vigilante? I say, smirking at him. He chuckles a bit before leaving the house. About that, Ochaco says, tapping my shoulder. Huh, I say, looking at her. Stop time, please, and make it so we can talk, she says. I nod and do as she asked. So what's up? Why do you want to talk about my vigilante days? I ask, stretching out my arms. I don't want to wait for a mission to be held to save that girl, Ochaco says in a stern voice. Silence fills the room as I stare at her. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking, right? I ask, hoping my suspicions aren't true. I want to go and retrieve that girl alone, she says, looking down and clenching her fist. Ochaco, we don't even know where she is. We don't even know who could be helping that man. You could die, I say, standing back up and walking closer to her. You could have died when you were fighting all for one. I didn't stop you, did I? She yells back. I grit my teeth. You know it's different. I mumble to her. How? How's me wanting to save one person from a person different from you defeating a person 100 times stronger than even Dad in his prime? She yells. Because I am stronger. I have every quirk ever. If I really wanted to, I could rule the world. I could change your mind using a quirk that I have. I scream as I grab her shoulders. So you won't let me save someone because I'm not strong enough? She says with tears threatening to leave her eyes. No, it's because I want you to be safe. I say, backing off. TCH, sure, whatever. I'm saving her with or without your help. She says, crossing her arms. Fine, if you're gonna be like that, then I'll make it so you can't. I say, latching my hand onto her head. Her eyes widen. You wouldn't, right? She says to me, tears flowing down her face. It's for your own good. I say before using all for one. It doesn't work. Why isn't it working? I yell to her. One for all can't be stolen, unless the user's will isn't strong enough. She says with a smirk. Pink surrounds her, and she punches me in the gut. I cough up a bit of blood. What the buck? I say, getting angry. Sorry, Izuku, but we both know I won't back down. She says, swinging her leg at me. I catch it and contemplate whether I should force her to not be able to fight. She takes advantage of my hesitation and kicks me with her other leg. I grunt and fall on my ass. Stop this, Ochaco, you know I can beat you. I say, activating one for all. If Ochaco Uraraka tries to use her quirk again, her quirk will be erased. I say out loud. Her eyes widen. No, you can't do this, she says to me, powering down one for all. I'm sorry, but I won't let you become a vigilante. I say, putting my hands down to my side. Are you really not letting me save her? Are you gonna sit here and act like you wouldn't do the same thing? She says, crying. I would have, but that's because I didn't have anything to lose. Now I do. I say, walking up to her. I put my hand on her chin and raise her face to look me in the eyes. I can't lose you. You can hate me all you want, but I won't let you die ever. I say to her. Then come with me, she says, putting her hand into my hand that isn't on her face. This is closest I'm going to get to stopping her, so I'll do it. I think to myself before nodding. I'll settle for that. We'll get the girl back, and we'll be safe doing it. I say to her before she smiles and hugs me. Ochaco POV. Sorry I have to lie to you, Izuku, I think to myself as I hug him. I love you, I say to him. Love you too, he responds, rubbing my back. Tomorrow, I'll find him and I'll take him down. I will save that young girl. Chapter 23, Arie's Savior. Ochaco POV. The rain pounds on my back as I walk down the street toward where I found the girl first. It's 2 in the morning and I'm alone. I decided I couldn't wait longer and wanted to at least find where he was. Thunder rumbles and I hear a lightning strike in the distance. I get tired of just walking and use one for all to catapult myself on top of the buildings surrounding me. I see the fallen building's remains being surrounded by workers with lights picking up debris. I ignore them and run toward a building with a light shining through a window. I jump onto the building and deactivate one for all. I walk up to the window and peek inside of it. Inside I see people in suits sitting down with some sort of case next to them. The man with the case pushes it up to the other person. He opens it, and it looks as if there are bullets inside. I take out an earpiece I have and connect it to my phone. I find an air vent and slide it through. I make it so my phone plays the audio the earpiece hears. So the quirk erasing bullets, huh? A man's voice says. Yes, they are in a prototype state, but in the future they can be perfect. Another voice says. That's him, the man who took that girl, I think to myself as I start breathing heavier. Quirk erasing bullets? I continue to think. My heart starts pumping faster and faster. I have a source I use. The blood of a certain person with a certain quirk helps me to be able to provide these bullets, but I want a lot of money for them. The man says. He's using her quirk to erase other quirks? I think to myself as I start to shake a bit. I feel one for all activate by itself and a burst of power comes out and bursts into the air. Shit, I whisper to myself as I hear the chairs pull back. Someone was listening to us, the man's voice says. I run up to the window and see the man staring back at me. I put up my hand and flick at the window. Delaware smash. The window breaks and both of them fall back. Where's the girl? I yelled, jumping on top of the man and gripping onto his chin, holding him down. You hitch, I thought I killed you, he says, activating his quirk. Please work, I think to myself as I squeeze my eyes shut. I stop time. I open my eyes and release a breath I didn't know I was holding in. I run over and push the hood off of the other man in the room. Shigaraki, I think to myself as I back up. Shit. I walk back over to the other person and kick him in the head. Anger fills my body and I lay in punches over and over. I also punch Shigaraki many times over and over. Once I feel my anger die down, I sigh and start time. The man holding the girl captive gets knocked through the floor with blood flying back up through the hole. Shigaraki gets sent back through the door, and I hear the building's roof start to break. Damn it, he got away. I'll find him another time, I think as I walk toward the hole in the floor. I go over and open a drawer. I find a gun and hesitate but take it. I load it with the quirk erasing bullet and jump down to the man. Who are you? The man asks me. Where's the girl? I say, ignoring him and kicking in his ribs. He spits up more blood. Where is SHE? I repeat, pulling out the gun and pointing it at him. You wouldn't shoot. No hero kills someone, he says, smiling at me. Oh, you're right, but who said I was a hero? I say, putting the gun to his forehead. You'll never find her if I'm dead, he says, laughing. I go to pull the trigger, but the gun gets pushed out of my hand and the bullet hits a wall. What? I say, looking up as a hand is put on my wrist. Ochaco, you almost just ruined your own life, Izuku says as he pushes me off of the man keeping the girl captive. The man laughs as he tries to stand up. So Deku, it's nice to see your face in real life, the man says. Overhaul, Izuku says, gritting his teeth. How do you know his name? I ask, confused. I can stop time for hours. You think I haven't researched? He shoots back in an angry tone. TCH, yeah, sorry, I respond. Quit yapping. If you want the girl's location, you'll have to catch me, Overhaul says, using his quirk to ascend out of the building. Izuku mutters something before he activates One for All and floats up, following Overhaul. He can control Nana's quirk, I think to myself as I activate One for All and use Black Whip to trail Overhaul. Once I reach the top, I see Izuku and Overhaul exchanging punches. I latch onto the midpoint or Overhaul's quirk with Black Whip and catapult myself at him. I charge One for All to 100%. Detroit Smash. I hit him in the side and he gets flung away. I look to where Izuku was and he's not there. What the hell? I say out loud as I charge Overhaul again. Izuku POV. Arie, are you okay? I say as I rush to her. She doesn't say anything and starts to cry even more. Hey, it's okay now, I'll save you, I say, opening up my arms to her. He'll hurt you, I don't want anyone else to die because of me, she says, backing away from me. I won't die, Arie, I promise, I say, walking closer. She runs into my arms. I stay there comforting her before I pull away and take off my shirt. I tell Arie to get on my back and she does. I wrap the shirt around her and secure it so she won't fall. Hold on tight, I say before jumping up the building using One for All. I see Ochaco and Overhaul exchanging punches when I feel a sharp pain. I look and see Arie emitting a light. This must be her quirk, I think to myself before jumping down and screaming to the floor. Izuku, Ochaco yells, flying toward me. Oh no you don't, I hear Overhaul say. It feels like my insides are being teared apart, I say as I untie Arie from my back. Overhaul runs at Arie but Ochaco punches him in the head. Izuku, are you okay? She says, looking at me and Arie. I slowly nod and try to activate One for All. Nothing? I think to myself. My eyes widen. She reversed my body back to before I could use my quirk. I think to myself. Ochaco, come here, tie Arie to your back and use full cowl as much as you can. I yell as I grab the shirt and throw it up to her. Yes, sounds good, Ochaco says, running over to me and snatching the shirt. She ties it around her waist and Arie hops on her back. She jumps up as Overhaul's quirk flies past her. Come on, Ochaco, win. I think to myself, backing away. Pink surrounds her, and her sleeves rip off. She wraps black whip around Overhaul and launches herself into him. Damn you, she screams as she punches him in the jaw, sending him into the road. Smoke fills the area and I start to hear police sirens. Should I think to myself as I run into the building, grab the gun Ochaco had and run out. Ochaco lands on the roof next to me and picks me up. Let's go, Izuku, he's surrounded by the cops, she says, carrying me using one for all. How do you know I can't use my quirks? I ask, confused. I know you wouldn't have let me fight him alone without a good reason. She shoots back as we arrive back to Gran Torino's house. I go through the front door and shut it behind me. Izuku jumps out of my arms and turns away with a blush. I could have ran, you know, he says, embarrassed. I chuckle as I walk into the room Izuku and I sleep in and put Arie into my bed. You can go to sleep now, Arie, you're safe, I promise, I say, pushing hair out of her face. She nods, but I can see her trembling. Can you lay with me? She asks me. I nod. I'll be right back, I say before turning around and seeing Izuku standing at the door with a smile on his face. You seem to fit the mom role, huh? He says with a toothy grin. I blush. Hush, anyways, yeah, let's go to sleep, okay? I say, turning to Arie. Yeah, sure, he says, walking to his bed. I lay down with Arie and she hugs me. I smile to myself and doze off. Chapter 24, Quirkless again. Ochaco POV. I wake up and see Arie standing up in front of me off of the bed. I groan because I'm tired. You feeling any better? I hear Izuku say. This piques my curiosity. A little bit, Arie responds, shaking. Come here, Izuku says. Arie goes out of my view, but I hear her sniffle. I'm sorry this happened to you, Arie, but you're safe now, Izuku says, hugging her. I smile to myself. Thank you, mister. Arie starts before pausing. Deku, Izuku says, smiling and rubbing her head. Thank you, Mr. Deku, she says, rubbing her eyes. You still tired? Izuku asks her. Yeah, Arie responds. Well, Ochaco is still sleeping, so how about you sleep in my bed? I have to go do something anyways, Izuku says, standing up straight. Okay, Mr. Deku, Arie says, walking toward Izuku's bed. I smile to myself. Seems like he's gonna be a good dad, I think to myself as a blush forms on my face. Izuku POV. I walk to the local gym and walk inside. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The receptionist asks. After I pay my way in, I start to work out. While doing cardio, I start to think. I'm back to being quirkless. Well, I haven't unlocked my quirk yet, damn it, I think to myself as I up the mph on the treadmill. I'm back to being a useless Deku, I think to myself as I feel tears stream down my face. How I'm crying, I think to myself as I wipe my tears away. Damn it, I say before walking into the bathroom. Ochaco POV. I stretch my arms and stand up. I see Arie on Izuku's bed and smile to myself. I hear a knock on the door and open it to see Dad. Hey Ochaco, good news, the villain who had that girl was caught, he says to me with a smile. I know, Dad, I'm the one who fought him, I say, smiling. What? He says in a stern tone. What? I ask curiously. You know that's not allowed, Ochaco. If I weren't your father, you would be arrested right now, he says angrily. My heart sinks. You'd arrest someone for being a hero? I ask, confused. You saved the girl, right? He asks me. I move out of the way and show Arie on Izuku's bed sleeping. Yeah, I say. I'm happy you did, but you technically did use your quirk illegally, Dad says. I grit my teeth. I wasn't gonna sit on my ass and wait for the pros. It worked out fine when I went with Izuku, I say, raising my voice. Just because it worked doesn't mean it was the right thing, he says, also raising his voice. I clench my fist and push past him. I walk out of the house and down the street. Izuku POV. I walk toward Gran Torino's house and see Ochaco storm out of the house before walking down the street the opposite direction. I walk inside and see Almight with his hand on his forehead. You okay, Almight? I ask him. You went and saved the girl with Ochaco, he says to me. My eyes widen. Yeah, I did. What about it? I say, taking off my shoes. I trusted you to protect her and yet you let her do that, he says in an angry tone. Be happy I found her before she died. She went alone. I sacrificed my quirk for her. He happy about that, I say, clenching my fist. What do you mean you sacrificed your quirk? He asks me. Arie's quirk is rewind. It rewinds a person's body to a previous state, and it rewinded mine to before I had unlocked even my time-stopping quirk, I say with a sigh. So you're really quirkless again? He says in disbelief. Yeah, so don't say I didn't protect your daughter. If I didn't show up she would have lost, and she would have been a murderer, I say before walking into the room with Arie and closing the door. Mr. Deku? Are you okay? Arie asks me while rubbing her eyes. Yeah, Arie, I'm okay, I say, putting on a fake smile and rubbing her head. What does it mean to be quirkless? She asks me. She heard Almight and I talking, I think to myself before I drop my smile. It means I don't have a special power anymore. Like how you can rewind, I used to be able to do many things and be a hero, now it's all over, I say, smiling as tears fall down my face. Oh, why did you lose your quirk? Arie asks me. I sigh. While saving you, the bad guy hit me with something that erased my quirk, but if you trained your quirk you can use it to restore my quirk, you get it? I half lie. I don't want her to know it was her fault I'm quirkless again. Well, then I'll train to help you get your quirk back, she says, making a small smile. I smile a bit and give her a small hug. I'd love that, Arie, I say hopefully. I hear a knock on the door and open it to see Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa? I say, confused as I turn back to Arie, who looks terrified. This is the girl you and Uraraka saved? He says, walking up to her. Arie runs behind me and holds onto my pant leg. Scary, Arie says. Don't worry, Arie, I say, kneeling down. He's a hero too. I'd bet he could help you train your quirk, I say enthusiastically. Actually, that's exactly what I'm here for. All Might told me what happened, and because I have a quirk that cancels quirks, I am the only one who can stop her quirk if it gets out of control, Aizawa says, also kneeling down to Arie. I'm not going to hurt you, kid, I'm here to help, he says with an awkward smile. Don't smile, it doesn't really suit you, I say, trying not to laugh at him. Shut up, kid, he says, looking away. I laugh and look to see Arie smiling. It's good to see her smile. Chapter 25. Off to America again. Ochaco POV. I stand up from the chair I'm sitting in and sigh. I need to go back and talk to Dad. I get why he's mad and I regret going without Izuku or anyone. It was stupid, but at the same time she could have died before we found her. I walk to Gran Torino's house and see him outside sitting in a chair. You're back, Ochaco. Your father has been wanting to speak with you, he says to me, putting down a drink. I nod and walk past him inside. I see Aizawa walk out of Izuku and I's room with Arie next to him. Mr. Aizawa? I say, confused. Uraraka, I'm here to take Arie to you. I'll be training her quirk, he says to me as he continues to walk. Bye-bye, Ms. Uraraka, Arie says, waving to me. I wave back a bit before turning and seeing Izuku with a disappointed look on his face. Izuku, I start, but he turns back and shuts the bedroom door. I frown and look down. I can't blame him for being mad, can I? I think to myself. You really can't blame him for being pissed off. Because of your thoughtless aggression, he lost his quirk. He'll get it back hopefully soon, depending on how long Arie rewinded him. But it's still not good, Dad says, walking up next to me. I know, I just feel bad, I say as he wraps his arm around my shoulder. You gotta talk to him. He might not forgive you, but he'll know you regret your actions, especially holding someone at gunpoint, he says, gripping hard around my shoulder. Yeah, you're right, I respond before walking away toward the door to the bedroom. I knock, but the door opens. He might have been listening. Izuku? I say as I walk in. What? He answers in a cold tone reminiscent of Todoroki. I'm really sorry for everything, I say, walking up to him. Sorry won't get my quirk back, Ochaco. I trusted you, he says, sitting up in his bed. And I broke that trust, and I'm sorry, but we can't fight. We need to focus on being Focus on being heroes? No, I can't be a hero, you know that, he says, cutting me off. But you don't need a quirk to be a hero, and you know your quirk will come back, I say, raising my voice. Here we go again, raising your voice to me, he says with a scoff. I'm sorry, I say, reaching my hand out. He slaps it down, and I pull it back. Don't touch me, he says in an angry tone. Tears start to fill my eyes. Izuku, I'm sorry, I say, bursting into tears. He gets up and walks past me. Sorry, but I don't forgive you for what you did, he says before walking out of the door. I continue to cry and lay in my bed. Izuku POV. Once I close the door and hold my hand to my chest, it hurts and I'm so conflicted. Should I forgive her or be stubborn like I am? I squeeze on my shirt and slowly fall down the door and cry. Midoriya, can we talk? Almight says to me, walking over. I look up at him. What? I say, trying to keep myself from breaking down more. Come with me, he says, putting out his hand. I grab it, and we walk into the living room. So, you didn't forgive her, I assume, he says to me. I slowly nod. I can't blame you, kid, especially with how important you are to the heroes of the future. I'd be mad as well, but remember what I told you when we first met? He asks me while muting the volume of the TV. I shake my head no. Well, I do, he says. Just because you're quirkless doesn't mean you can't be a hero, he says. That's what I told you when you said you were worthless and could never be a hero, he continues. It still stands, your quirk will come back sooner than later, so for now we can go back to being a quirkless hero. If you want, I can even send you back to America. I heard you've had an altercation with their #1 hero, he says to me, standing up. Yes, she caught me when I was saving people, I say, laughing a bit. I start to think about how closely Stars and Stripes resembles Prime Almight. Well, maybe I can get in contact with her and she'll train you. How about that? He says enthusiastically. I nod. Yeah, I'll go to America again, I say with a smirk. Ochaco and I will be in different countries, but for now I think that's for the best, I think to myself as I get up and walk to the bedroom. I walk in and start to grab my clothes and other things. What are you doing? Ochaco asks as she sniffles. Packing up to leave, I respond, not looking at her. Where are you going? She asks me, standing up. America, I'm gonna train with an old buddy of mine, I say, as to not reveal I'm training with their #1 hero. America? She says, walking up to me. Yeah, I need some space, probably not continents away, but that'll do it, I say as I zip up a suitcase. You can't go, I'll miss you, she says, starting to cry again. I turn back to her. Yeah, I know, but maybe once I get back I'll have forgiven you by then, I say, turning away again and walking to the door. Please, Izuku, don't do this, she says, but I ignore her. I close the door behind me and hear a scream. Please don't leave me, Ochaco yells. Let's go, kid, she'll be okay, Almight says, grabbing my shoulder. I nod and we leave the house. Chapter 26, America's 1. Ochaco POV 6 months later. Hey Ochaco, do you think we'll be doing training exercises today? Arie asks as we walk to class. Maybe, I'm not sure, I say, shrugging. I mean, final exams are coming up soon, so I'd expect some sort of training, Mina says, appearing out of thin air. I'm inclined to agree with Ishido, Momo says, following close behind. I shrug again. I guess we'll have to find out, I say as I open the comically large Class 1A door. Good morning, girls, how has your morning treated you? Ida greets us. Good, Tenya, thanks for asking, I respond, smiling at him. Of course, Uraraka, he says with a small frown. What's wrong? I ask him in a bubbly tone. Stop faking the smile, Uraraka, Ida says. Agreed, you haven't been the same since Midoriya left, all of us know it, Todoroki chimes in. I grit my teeth. Who's Midoriya? The last person I knew with that name left a long time ago, and they're never coming back, I say with a smile. Don't try and erase him, he's the only reason we aren't all dead, Bakugo says, bursting through the door and walking up to me. Or what, Pomeranian, you act like I didn't save him when he saved us, I say, getting in his face. Bakugo grabs me by the collar and gets closer. You pushed him away from you, you made him leave without even a second thought, and you have the audacity to take the credit for him saving everyone, he says before pushing me onto the floor. So much for being a hero, you are basically a villain, he says before turning away and sitting at his desk. I scoff and get up before walking to my desk. In my mind, I'm in tears. Now that you have stopped fighting, we have training today, Mr. Aizawa says, walking into the room. Understood, the rest of the class says as I roll my eyes and try not to cry. Izuku POV. Yo, Star, I say, walking up to the older woman and fist bumping her. Hey there, Deku, how you feeling? She asks me with a big smile. Decent, how was patrol? I asked her while grabbing my hero costume from my bag. Pretty good, stop some villains just like always, she says with a laugh. I laugh to myself. No surprise there, I say as I take off my shirt and put on the top of my hero costume. Well, I'll meet you out back. Be ready to spar with Star, she says as she walks out of the room. I laugh to myself a bit and change into the rest of my hero costume. I walk out and punch one fist into my palm. Let's do this, Star, I say with a smirk. Yeah, she responds, running at me. Our fists meet and she barely overpowers me. Come on, kid, come at me, she says, taunting me. I run at her and sidestep. She blocks where I would punch her, but I sweep under her feet with my left leg. She falls to one knee and I try and knee her in the face. She dodges and punches my shin, sending me back a bit. To think at one point you couldn't land a hit, Star says with a smirk. I know, I'm improving a lot, I say, putting my hands in a fighting stance. Don't get too cocky, she says, jumping next to me and punching my ribs. I get sent back a bit but smile. My pain resistance is a lot higher since that Noma back at the USJ. We run at each other and I jump up and kick. She catches my foot, so I throw a punch which she also catches. I smirk and swing my body around and kick her in the jaw with the foot she doesn't have in her hand. She stumbles back and I sweep her feet. She falls on the ground and wipes her jaw rid of dirt. She smiles. Good one, kid, I'm sure that'll come in handy sometime, she says, getting up and getting in a fighting stance. I smirk and run at her, and our fists meet. This time a familiar green surrounds my hand and I send Star back a few feet. My eyes widen. I got it back, I say, excited. You unlocked one of your quirks? She asks me, confused. Yeah, it's All Might's quirk, I say excitedly. Whoa, that's so cool, she says, going into fangirl mode. I know, right? I think it's awesome, I say, smiling. So you can be as strong as All Might now? She asks, still fangirling. I mean, basically I just won't have all the muscles, I say, also fangirling. Wait, so show me, she says, putting her hands on her shoulders. Okay, watch this, I say, activating full call 30%. This is 30% of the power, now watch this, I say, throwing a punch in the air that makes a burst of wind. Whoa, she says, smiling. I can't wait till you unlock more quirks, Izuku, it shouldn't be long, Star says to me. Same, I wonder, I say before trying to access the vestige world. I open my eyes and see Nana and the fifth talking. Nana, I say, running up to the 2. 10th, Nana says, looking at me with a smile. It's been so long, pal, where you been? The fifth asks me with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Well, I lost all my quirks, but that's fine because they are slowly gonna come back. How's it been around here? I ask, looking around. Well, the ninth hasn't been so good, but she'll be okay, Nana says. Ochaco, I think to myself as my smile fades. Yeah, Ochaco, what's she been up to? I ask as curiosity fills my mind. Well, she's been training all of our quirks. Although she isn't very happy with you anymore, which isn't very justified, she still has feelings for you. She wants you to come back, she just acts hard around the others, Nana says with a small sigh. I frown. Is she sorry? I ask. Damn it, that sounded selfish, I think to myself as I anticipate an answer. Very actually, she realized her mistakes and has been working hard to make herself a better hero and woman, Nana says with a smile. I snort. Not surprised, she always strives for what she desires no matter the cost, I say, smiling. And it's you I desire, I hear Ochaco say from behind me. I freeze. I miss that voice. I want to go back too, but until I unlock a few more quirks I'm gonna stay here, okay? I say, not turning toward her. That's okay, just be safe, okay? She says to me. Of course, I'm not quirkless anymore after all, I say with a smirk forming on my face. Even if you aren't, be safe. Not being with you is hard enough, but you being gone forever is a nightmare, she says to me. I understand, you stay safe too, but I have to go. Star is probably wondering why I'm sleeping, I say, laughing. Alright, well, I love you, Izuku, and I'm sorry, she says to me. I close my eyes and smile. I love you too, Ochaco, I say before leaving the vestige world. Izuku, you good? Star asks as she waved her hands in my face. Yes, sorry, I had to say hi to a special friend, I say, smiling. Okay then, wanna fight again? She says, jumping up and stretching. Nah, not right now, I want dinner, I say, getting up and stretching as well. Chicken and rice it is, she says, speed walking off of the sparring mat. I smile and follow her to eat. Chapter 27, Ochaco's Confrontation with Shigaraki. Ochaco POV. I smiled to myself as I lay in bed. I just saw Izuku in the vestige realm. It's 12:30 a.m. here, so it's around 2:30 in the afternoon for him. I close my eyes but can't sleep, the smile on my face pasted on like someone used glue. The next morning I wake up and stretch. Knowing Izuku will be back soon makes me relieved. I do regret acting like a hard ass to the class, and what Bakugo said yesterday was true. I shouldn't take credit for his sacrifice. I look at my phone and see a text from Dad. Hey Ochaco, meet me outside of the dorms please. The text reads. I go over to my dresser and pick out my outfit for the day. After getting dressed and brushing my teeth, I walk out of my dorm room and down to the common room. Morning, Ochaco, Mina says as she walks away from Kirishima. Hey Mina, I say in a happy tone. How are you this beautiful winter morning? She asks me while sipping on her hot chocolate. Feeling good, how about you? I ask as she follows me to the kitchen. I'm good, Kiri and I have been getting closer lately and I think he might ask me out, she says, whispering into my ear as I start making hot chocolate for my father and I. Oh, hopefully soon. He's not very good at hiding his bias toward you and some of the others might get mad, I say, smiling. She giggles. Morning girls, how is everything going? Ida asks, walking into the room. Good, Ida, how about you? Mina responds. Very good, what about you, Uraraka? He asks, walking next to me. Doing great, Tenya, I say with a grin. That's good, he says in a low tone but a smile on his face. After I make the hot chocolates for myself and Dad, I walk outside and see him in a big jacket. Hey Almight, I say with a smile while handing him the hot chocolate. Thank you, young Uraraka, I just wanted to talk to you about the power, he says, sipping the hot chocolate. In that case, why don't we go to your office? I ask, sipping my hot chocolate. He nods and we walk to his office. Once inside, we sit down and talk. So, have you been to the vestige world recently? He asks me. I nod. Last night I was actually, I say with a smile. He smiles. What happened? Why are you so smiles all of a sudden? He asks with a chuckle. I saw him again. I say, smiling as a few tears well up in my eyes. His eyes widen. You saw Midoriya? He asks me. I nod. He has access to one for all again. I say, squealing a bit as I jump and hug Dad. That's great, Ochaco. He couldn't have had better timing, Dad says. Why's that? I ask, confused. We've found out Shigaraki is on the move again, Dad says as his smile fades away. What? I ask, confused. After All for One died, he should have been caught, right? What the hell? I say as the thought of Shigaraki terrifies me. We don't know what he's doing, but sites say he has white hair now. We don't know why though, he says, picking up his cup. I have to tell Izuku, I say, getting up. No, you can't, he'll panic and all hell will break loose, Dad says, grabbing my wrist. I shiver and sit down. What else have they found? I ask. The remains of some of the members of a thing called the Meta Liberation Army, he says. What's that? I ask, confused. They were a group of people who believed that quirk usage should be a basic human right. Problem was the leader was a psycho, but he's dead now, he says, crossing his hands. Did Shigaraki have anything to do with this? I ask, confused. Well, we think so, but the bodies found weren't decayed, and if they were, we wouldn't have found them, he says. Damn it, I mutter. I feel my stomach turn. Hold on, I think something's happening, I say before going into the vestige realm. Hello? I say to the empty space. I hear a small laugh and I get goosebumps. You thought you finished me off, didn't you? The voice says. I turn around and see Shigaraki standing there. How are you here? I ask, backing up. Well, how else would I be here? All of the users of this quirk are here. Why wouldn't the creator be here? He says with a sadistic smile. We killed the creator, I say, getting angry. Oh no, you didn't. While my old body is dead, my mind and quirk aren't, he says, still smiling. How? I yell. That stupid doctor got our plans foiled, so I forced his consciousness into my old body after I merged with Tamira, he says with a small laugh. I watched as you killed the doctor who's helped me for years, but push comes to shove, I don't need him anymore. I only need one more thing and then I will be after one for all. So don't worry, I'll be back soon, he says as he disappears. I need to tell Izuku, I think to myself as I leave the vestige realm. Dad, I say as tears flow out of my eyes. What, honey, what happened? He asks as he hugs me. All for One, he's alive, I say, crying. What, but Izuku ended him, Dad says, surprised. He transferred his quirk and consciousness to Shigaraki's body, and now he's going after a certain thing. I don't know what it is though, I say, still crying. Damn it, damn you, All for One. Izuku POV. So, here's how it's gonna go. Since you aren't legally a hero, I'll be taking credit for your acts, okay? Star says as we walk downtown. I nod and smile. Alright, let's do it, I say before stopping time. I activate One for All and touch Star's shoulder. Here we are, the time-stopped world, or whatever you want to call it, I say with a laugh. Damn, this is amazing, she says, looking around. Now, remember, everything I do here, when I unstop time, it will take effect, you get it? I ask while stretching my arms. She nods. Let's do it then, I say, jumping away using One for All. After a day of patrolling and saving people, we meet back up at base and I start time. I hear a huge boom and look over to Star with a raised eyebrow. She taps her foot and looks away. I wonder who did that, she says as she starts whistling. I chuckle. Let's go eat, I'm hungry, I say, walking inside and toward the kitchen. She follows me. What's on the menu? She asks me as she sits at the table. As something simple, I say as I grab a pot to boil water. Pasta? She asks. With garlic bread. Sorry, I'm not a master chef, as we know, I say, laughing. Trust me, I know. Had to watch YouTube to know how to properly make pasta anyways. she says, laughing. Oh shush, you know I've never been good at this stuff, I say as I closely watch the water. At least you can kind of cook now, she says. Yeah, I guess, I say, shrugging. So when are you gonna go back to Japan? Star asks me. Soon. I sort of made up with my ex-girlfriend, so I really wanna see her, I say as I break the pasta in half before putting it in the boiling water. That's fun. I'm gonna miss you when you go, bro. Being able to be a hero while they didn't even fight back was so amusing, she says, laughing. Oh come on, I only got the quirk back today, not like we haven't fought together when I was quirkless too, I say, rolling my eyes. Yeah, but for real, kid, keep fighting and getting your quirks back and you'll easily be able to fight me, especially if you have my quirk, she says, grinning. Oh please, with my full potential I could tap your forehead and you'd turn to dust, I say with a sadistic smile. Yeah, she says, laughing. Well, let's eat, I say, putting the bowl of pasta onto the table. Yeah, she says, grabbing a fork. My time in America was fun, but in a month, I think I'll be going home. Chapter 28, Vigilante. Ochaco POV. So you want to leave Udade to find Shigaraki before he is fully powered up? Dad asks me as he stands up. I think it'd be best. If we can find him early, then we can defeat him without much as a challenge, I say, walking toward my hero costume. I promise if I find him I won't attack alone, I say, picking up my mask. Well, I won't stop you, he says, walking toward the door. I'll turn a blind eye for now and I'll keep you from being arrested, but just be safe, okay? He says, walking outside. Yeah, of course, I say as he closes the door. I walk outside and jump on top of the building. I added a mask to my costume reminiscent of Izuku's mask. I don't know people knowing I'm a vigilante. I start to run after hearing a small explosion. Time to be a hero. Izuku POV. Well, Star, I'm gonna go to sleep, I say, walking toward my bedroom. Night, Deku, I hear her say as I close my door. I lay in bed and smile before going into the vestige realm. I see Ochaco being surrounded by all of the other vestiges besides the second. What's going on? I ask, walking up to the others. The ninth is on a solo mission, Fifth says, looking over to me. What solo mission? I ask, confused. She's looking for Shigaraki, Anna says, intervening. What? I ask, getting worried. Why is she searching for him? I ask, looking at all of them. All for One fused with him. You killed the doctor that was inhabiting All for One's first body, I hear a voice say from behind me. I turn and see the second user standing against the wall as usual. So All for One and Shigaraki have combined, I say as I start to shake. Yes, and from what we are seeing, Shigaraki is forming an army, or already has, but we don't know if he is at full power, so Ninth is searching to see if he is, the sixth says. How powerful is she? I ask, hoping for a positive answer. The only quirk she can't use is the second, Nana says. If she did, she wouldn't be able to handle it, the second says in an angry tone. I sigh. So she has float, smokescreen, FA gene, danger sense, and black whip, I say, counting with my fingers. Nana laughs and nods. Is she 100% of One for All? I ask, looking up to her. Yes, and with FA gene she can have an output of double the power of 100%, the third says. I nod. She'll be okay then, I say, hoping for reassurance. She will, and if not, you'll be pulled straight into the vestige realm, the fourth says. I nod. Good, and can you all lend me your quirks? I'm still training in America with. We know, we keep tabs on you as well now, Nana says with a smirk. I scoff. All right then, I say, clenching my fist. When she checks in, tell her I send my best regards, or however I should put it, I say, nervously laughing before leaving the vestige realm. Ochaco POV. I feel my head start to hurt. Danger, I think to myself as I follow the guide Shinomori is giving me. I use Black Whip and slingshot myself up into the air. I see a man almost fully muscle. I slingshot myself again toward him and kick him in the stomach, making him barely move back. I guess I need more than 25%. I think to myself as I jump back a bit. Who are you? Do you know where Shigaraki is? I yelled to the man. Shigaraki? Oh, you mean the guy who freed all of us from prison a few hours ago? No clue, all I know is you aren't weak. So fight me, he says, running at me. So that's why there's so many villains, I think to myself as I charge 100% and punch him in the stomach, making him pass out. I sigh. This might be harder than I thought, but I have to find him. I think as I start to walk toward the meeting place with Dad. Hey Ochaco, he says to me as he hands me a bento box. Hey Dad, I say, taking the bento box and starting to eat. Anything on Shigaraki today? He asks me. I shake my head no. All I heard was he broke out villains from a prison, I say after swallowing a rice ball. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't let you know, he says, frowning. I smile. It's fine, Dad, I'll be able to take care of most of them, I say, handing Dad the empty bento box. Damn, you ate that fast, he says, laughing. Yeah, sorry, I was really hungry, I say, rubbing the back of my head. It's all right, Ochaco. Anyways, can we find someone to sleep? He asks me. I nod and find a hotel. Good night, Dad, I say, smiling. Good night, he responds. Izuku POV. Good morning, Star, I say, walking into the living room. Morning, kid, how'd you sleep? She asks me, stretching. Pretty good, how about you? I ask, taking out a bowl. Good, a nice 8 hours, she says, walking up to me and grabbing a bowl. Cinnamon Toast Crunch? I ask while grabbing the box. You know it, she says, grabbing milk out of the fridge. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is the best, I say, pouring the cereal into the bowl. That's true, by the way, and if you disagree, burn in hell. After we eat, we go on a successful patrol with all of One for All's quirks. Once home, I decided to check on the One for All realm. Hey guys, how's Ochaco? I ask everyone. She's doing okay, Nana says, walking up to me. Alright. Has she found Shigaraki? I ask, flipping my hair to the side. No, he released prisoners from Tartarus, so she's been occupied with them, the fifth says. Damn it, I might come back to Japan sooner than expected, I say, frowning. Are you back to the strength you used to be? She asks. I shake my head no. I don't have all for one currently, or that lightning quirk I randomly unlocked when I killed him, also don't have new order, I say, sighing. She nods. Don't come back until you have unlocked those. Ochaco needs to do this on her own, to become the hero she wants to be, Fifth says. I'll think about it, I'll see you guys soon, bye, I say before leaving the Vestige realm. Please stay safe, Ochaco. Chapter 29, Return to Japan. Ochaco POV 1 month later. I stumble to the ground and cough up blood. Damn it, I think to myself as I wipe blood off of my lip. Give up, you will never find him, Dobby says to me as he starts to send more fire to me. I can't, I yell back while dodging his flames. I won't give up, I have to find him even if it takes my life, I say, using smokescreen as much as I can. My vision blurs and I limp toward Dobby. Bastard, I think to myself. I activate FA Gene and use 100% One for All combined with all the energy I have for FA Gene. I kick through the smoke and see Dobby with a sadistic smile on his face. Detroit Smash, I yell in my mind as I throw a punch at him. The force of my punch sends him back a bit. You really are an idiot, dying for some stupid purpose, whatever, I'm out, Dobby says before disappearing. I slowly fall to my knees. You need rest, Ninth, and says to me from the Vestige world. I know, but I need to find him, I say, getting up and pulling down my mask. I have to find Shigaraki, I say to myself, activating One for All again. Before I can jump away, One for All deactivates. What the hell? I say to the Vestiges as in real life I space out. You can't do this, Ninth, Banjo says with a frown. I agree with them. Izuku says, walking out from next to Nana. Izuku, I say, walking to him. I'm on my way to Japan. I said stay safe, and this is not what I call safe. Meet me at the Udata roof in 2 hours. He says. I nod and he smiles. I'm happy I'll get to see you again, he says with a small laugh. I nod. Same, I say, trying to smile but to no avail. Ochaco, he says. I say, confused. I miss you, he says. Miss you too, I say before leaving the vestige world. But sorry, I need to do something before we meet again, I say to myself before limping away from the fight scene. Izuku POV. So, we're almost there? Star asks, looking out of the window. I nod. Like an hour and a half, I say, looking at my phone. Please don't do anything stupid, Ochaco, I think to myself before closing my phone. So how are you feeling about meeting Almight? I ask Star as she scrolls through her phone. I'm really excited, he's been my hero since I was just a little girl, she says, putting down her phone and smiling. Didn't you tell me he saved you once? I ask. Yeah, I was just a little girl and I didn't know how my quirk could be used, so I was bullied for being useless. But then when I was out of high school I trained with my boys in the military and made good use of my quirk, she says with a smile. Ah, the military boys, I gotta see them soon, she says as her smile widens. What, you got a little boyfriend there? I say, nudging her elbow. She snorts and smacks my shoulder. Don't try and pull that with me, boy, she says, continuing to laugh. How was I supposed to know? I say, shrugging. Yeah, anyways, wanna watch a movie? She asks me. Sure, Christmas movie? I ask, walking over to the TV. Hell yeah, Star says. Ochaco POV. Why are you following me? I say as I walk into an alleyway. I hear the psychotic laugh. So you've been aware, huh? The man's voice says. I asked why you are following me. I repeat myself as I try to stay on my feet. I want to see how a hero can stay fighting without rest for weeks. You aren't a fake hero, I can tell that much, but how do you have multiple quirks? He says, still not visible. Fake hero? What's that mean? I ask, confused as I fall onto my butt and lean against a wall. You aren't driven by fame or money, you just want to save people, isn't that right? The man says as I hear a drip of blood fall from my nose. Yeah, so what? I say, coughing. You and All Might are the only heroes I've seen with that mentality, he says, followed by a small laugh. This isn't a very good reason to be following me, and if you're gonna, at least help me beat the villains, I say, chuckling to myself. I'm not a hero, I'm the hero killer, he says. My eyes widen. I've heard about him, I think to myself as I try and get up. Stain, I say, stumbling to my feet. Don't try and fight me, right now, I could kill you without a sweat, he says as I see his blade come out of the shadows. I cough and fall to one knee again. I have someone to meet in an hour, what is it you really want with me? I ask, trying not to pass out. I want to help you, I am a villain but I support true heroes. While you meet someone I will kill villains I find, he says, fully emerging from the shadows. Fine, this doesn't mean I support you though, I say, getting back up and activating One for All. Goodbye for now, Stain, I say before going as fast as I can toward UA. Once I arrive and scale the building I sit on top. So you listened to him, I hear a voice say from behind me. I turn and see Bakugo. Bakugo? I say, trying to stand up. Don't even try it, you know we need you to stop this, he says, putting a hand on my shoulder. But I need to find Shigaraki, I say, grabbing onto his hand. Not alone, I hear Todoroki from in front of me. No, I'm the only one who can beat him, I say, backing away from them. There's a reason I'm here, to prove that statement wrong, a familiar voice says from behind Bakugo. Izuku, I say as I see him walk toward me. His hair is longer, he's also gotten taller and more muscular, not like Dad but not a twig like he used to be. Hey Ochaco, it's good to see you again, he says, walking up to me and grabbing my hand. He pulls me up into a hug. I slowly start to cry. I'm sorry, I say as tears flow down my face. It's okay, he responds quietly. I squeeze on the back of his hero costume. Not only for this but for what I said back then, I'm so sorry, I say loudly, crying. Back then you weren't how you are now, you aren't the same cheeky girl anymore, and I can tell you've grown up, he says, breaking the hug and putting his hand on my chin. It's crazy how 6 months can change everything, isn't it? He says, laughing a bit. I laugh as I wipe my tears away. Yeah, I say. Anyways, let's get you inside, you need a bath, he says nervously. Yeah, I do, I say, rubbing the back of my neck. Alright, enough with the sappy shit, let's go, Bakugo says as we all jump off of the roof and use our quirks to land. Once we get inside, everyone surrounds me. Ochaco, you're back, I was so worried about you, Tsu says, running up to me and hugging me. Hey Tsu, I say weakly, hugging her back. Midoriya? What's up, man? Kirishima says, walking up to Izuku and fist bumping him. Sorry, but Ochaco and I have to talk alone, he says to him. That's cool, after this we'll all chat, okay? Kirishima says. Izuku nods and grabs my hand. Let's get you cleaned up, he says to me as we both head toward the baths. He helps me strip out of my hero costume and I blush. Don't worry about it, I won't peek at anything, he says, helping me take off my shirt. Okay, I mumble. He takes off his shirt and I get confused. What are you doing? I ask, confused as I cover my chest. You're weak right now, I'll help you clean your back and hair and things, you know, he says, blushing a bit. I slowly nod. After we both rinse off, I sit on a little chair. He sits on a different chair behind me and I feel his hands start to clean my back. So how have the past 7 months been? He asks me as he puts more soap on my back. Well, not so good. Even though I've been doing good in school, I've been trying to ignore that you were gone, but I knew deep down I missed you, I say, looking down at my legs. I had a feeling it'd take a toll on you, sorry about that, he says as he starts to massage my shoulders. I sigh in relief. That feels amazing, I say, feeling the built-up stress in my shoulders being released. When did you last sleep? He asks me. Like 4 weeks ago, I say as I start to wash my arms and chest. That's not good, Ochaco. After this we are going to have you go to sleep, okay? He says. I nod. Good, well, close your eyes, I'm gonna wash your hair now, he says as he stops massaging my shoulders. Alright, I say, closing my eyes. After he washes my hair, I feel his arms wrap around my waist. I feel my face heat up and open my eyes. Izuku? I say, startled. I'm sorry, I just miss you so much, he says, squeezing me. I miss you too, but isn't it a bit much? I mean, we're both naked, I say, still blushing. Who cares, he stutters. I still love you, he says quietly. I blush and smile. I love you too, but still, it's too soon to do anything, don't you think? I say with a huge blush on my face. What? I mean I wasn't gonna, you know, he says, going into a stuttering mess. Oh well, okay, I say. That made it awkward, I think to myself as I finish washing myself and stand up. Sorry I made it awkward, I say to him as I cover myself and look at him. Wha, he yells, trying to cover himself. The damage was already done. Chapter 30, Back at U.A. Ochaco POV. I am so sorry, I didn't mean to look at your, why you're hick, I yell out before covering my mouth and turning around. Ochaco, get a towel, my eyes have a mind of their own, he yells. I squeal and run over to the towels before covering myself. I throw a towel to Izuku, who does the same. After we change, we don't say a word and walk back to the common room. Hey guys, so let's discuss the plans for now, Mina says, sitting down. Izuku and I sit next to each other. The others gather around us. Alright, so, for now, we need Ochaco to rest. I know she's on the brink of falling asleep as we speak, but after that we should all be training extra hard. Mina says, pumping her fist in the air. I agree with young Ishido, I hear Dad say from the side. I look over to him and smile. Ochaco, he says, walking up to me and forcing me into a hug. Dad, I say, hugging him back. Wait, Almight is your dad? Everyone yells besides Izuku. Yes, I am her dad, and she has my quirk, Dad says, making my eyes widen. Why are you telling them? I ask as Izuku wraps his arm around my shoulder. It's time we stop hiding from it, anyways it was always inevitable, Dad says, standing back up. One for all, it's the power Midoriya, Ochaco and I share. While now I can't use it as much as I used to, Ochaco and Midoriya can both use it to its fullest potential, Dad says, not breaking eye contact with me. We can't use the second user's quirk yet, sadly. He refuses to reveal it to us, Izuku says, breaking the silence. Dad sighs. Even so, along with the strength of one for all, you have 6 other quirks, well 7 including Midoriya's, Dad says. Speaking of my quirk, you all know what it is, right? Izuku says with an eyebrow up. Time-stopping nerd, Bakugo says, rolling his eyes. That's one of them, Izuku says with a smirk. My real quirk is all to one. I have every quirk in existence on this earth, quirks added every second because of babies being born with them, he says, still smirking. The class doesn't say anything. Bruh, Kaminari says. The whole class explodes into questions. How? Why? Damn nerd. Look, I didn't know either until the fight with All for One, he says, shrugging. Whatever, nerd, go buck yourself, Bakugo yells with a sadistic smile on his face. I blush and for some reason think of what happened in the bath with Izuku. He won't have to do it to himself, I think to myself. Sorry, that shit was out of pocket. Shut up, Bakugo, I'll blow you right now, Izuku says before bursting out laughing. What? Bakugo yells back as the rest of the class besides Ida starts laughing. That is very inappropriate for school grounds, Ida yells at me. Stop being so tight, Ida, it's boring, Mineta says. At least I'm not as loose as your mother was after the other night, he says, making all of our jaws drop. What the buck? Kaminari says. Anyways, children, Dad says with a dirty look. We are going to discuss the rest of these things later. For now, Ochaco, you need rest, Dad says to me. I nod. I'm jet-lagged right now, so I'll be joining you for that sleep, Izuku says, yawning. Alright, let's go, I say, getting up and grabbing his hand. We walk to my dorm room and lay in bed. You mind if I take my clothes off to sleep? He says nonchalantly. I smirk. Lime warning, I guess? It's not a lemon, but it's sexual. No, I don't mind, I say seductively. Thanks, he says, stripping down. He lays back down in only his underwear. Should I do the same? I ask in a hexy voice. I mean, I don't know if you wanna, he says with a smile. I quickly take off my pants. Can you take my shirt off for me? I'm way too tired, I say, biting my lip with a smile. Sure, if you really want me to, he says with a cute smile. He slowly pulls the shirt over my head, but midway he yelps and pushes it back down. What? I ask with a sly smirk. Ochaco, your breasts, they're out, he says, whispering. Oh, I know, and you can do whatever you want with them, I say, smirking. He blushes and nods. He slowly places a hand on my left boob and squeezes it. I feel a jolt and hold my mouth shut. Are you okay? He whispers. Yeah, that just felt good, I say, laughing a bit. Suddenly he locks lips with me and I feel lust take over. Izuku POV. I don't know what's happening, all I know is I want more. I think to myself as I fondle Ochaco's boobs and make out with her. I slip my tongue in her mouth and immediately take center stage. I feel her hand reach my now rock-hard hick and nuts and I flinch a bit. She pulls away and smiles. Little Deku is excited to see me, isn't he? She says with a smirk. I don't answer and smash my lips onto her again. I open my eyes to see her smiling. I smile myself as we continue to make out. I love you so much, she says as a small string of saliva forms in between us. I love you too so much, I say as my hands make their way down to her waist. I clutch onto her ass and squeeze it. God, I want you so much, she says, gripping onto my hair. You can have all you want, I say, pulling down her panties. End of line LOL. There's a knock at the door. We both freeze and our eyes widen. Shit, I mutter before getting up and throwing my clothes back on. Pretend to be asleep, I whisper to Ochaco. She nods. I walk to the door and open it. Hey, I say, looking around. Hey Midoriya, I was wondering if when you woke up we could talk. It's about getting the full potential of your quirk, Almight says to me. I nod and chuckle. Anyways, good night, bud, he says, patting me on the shoulder. Night, Almight, I say before closing the door. I sigh and slump onto the bed. Damn it, I hear Ochaco say. Sorry, I say, frowning. You didn't do anything wrong? She says, putting her hand on my cheek. Yeah, but kinda sucks we didn't finish what we were doing, I say, sighing. Don't worry, we can do it another time. It is a bit soon since you got back, so can't really jump so far so fast, you know, she says, laughing. I nod. Love you, I say, wrapping my arms around her. Love you too, she responds as we both drift off to sleep.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.